Hello, everybody! What's up? Sorry about that. I made 2 different rooms, so I don't know, just go to the one room where there's more people in it, I guess. So I'll only have that one open. People in it, I guess. Here, I'll open the chat. I just want to make sure that I have the right chat pulled off. Hello, Twitch chat. How's it going? Okay, I don't know which one to open. I'll just open that one. Okay. Hey, Blunami, what's up? Okay. Alright, so... Hey, Con's here. I think this is the correct room. The one with the most people in it. Thank you. Yeah, Con's cute. My editor thought his face was boobs. The hell? Yuriko ate horse meat? Yeah, I've eaten horse meat before. It's like a very lean meat with a lot of protein. It's good for dieting and workout. Good choice of music. I'm glad you like it, Potato King. All right. So let me pull up my internet window. Nope. Okay, never mind. Why can't we see? I swear this was working before the stream started. I don't know why it's not now. I want to pull up Twitter. YouTube. Okay, I don't know. I'll just make a new internet tab, I guess. Third one. I already have 2 open, just need a third one. Nope, not that one. Oh my god, I hate when this happens. That's not it either. I don't know why it does that. It just doesn't want to capture the one window, like the one source that I wanted to capture. Alright, finally. Thank you for your valuable insight, Charlie. So, before we start, I'm just gonna talk a little bit about the stuff that's happened lately. Mainly, there was the day after Halloween, I believe, and that is crazy because I've told you guys before how knocking sounds freak the fuck out of me. But what happened to Camilla was way more than a knocking sound. And it was, I think, the day after Halloween, which makes it even scarier because I had just played a horror game and I was like super jumpy, and then I learned about this and I was like, wow, this is literally my worst nightmare. So Camilla was streaming and somebody attempted to break into her house as she was streaming. So let's watch and then we'll go over the series of events.
No heckin' way. I don't believe you. Wait, there's one? Yeah, there's a Camilla plushie. Wait, I can just show you guys a silhouette. Hold on. I just opened my pictures. I just opened my downloads folder and I was just welcomed with this. God fucking damn it. The pictures are so funny. I feel like they very perfectly encompassed Bao's emotion. Lena's is so cute too. Oh my god, look at her little like... What the fuck was that?
See, it's so loud.
What the fuck was that? Chat. What the... Hold on, hold on.
So like she goes to see what's up and then when she comes back, she just writes something on the stream. I suppose the best course of action here is to probably leave the stream on, so you know, you have video proof of what's happening. And the person, they basically, like chat is saying, they used the previous stream to confirm the location. I think like they knocked and then they checked on the stream if the sound was there, so they knew it was her house. So her chatter saying press the button because she has a button on her desk that's an emergency button. And what I've been told is that it's like a button that immediately contacts the police or 911. I'm not sure how that works. I don't know how you can even have that installed, or like what do you tell the police? Do you have to talk to them? I don't know. And these are her tweets. I also pulled them off. I didn't know pull them up. I didn't know that the video has them, so we can just look at them during the video. Someone during the evil stream yesterday knocked on my window and then went away, so I assumed it was nothing, but turns out it wasn't nothing because someone tried breaking into my house during my stream just now. The cops have already dealt with him. We are okay. W to the panic button on my desk. We finished talking to the officer, considering the person only ever interacted was when I was live, makes him believe it was a stalker. He also said the guy kept repeating, "She's my friend, it's okay." So yeah, really scary situation. Yeah, okay, so these are all the tweets from her. Yeah, really scary, terrifying situation. You'd think you'd be safer as a VTuber, but that's not always the case. Time to move, I guess, for reals. Okay, this is horrifying situation. Yeah, poor Camilla. I'd be scared to even stream after that. It's so crazy. It's one of the craziest thing that's happened on stream in the VTuber sphere. There's been another like break-in. No, there was like a VTuber that said that they had a murder next door, like in the other apartment next to them. But aside from that, there hasn't been other crazy things like that. All right, let me just grab my water and I'll move on to the next story. Sorry, I was muted. All right, I'm starting over. All right, so my second story is about AniLive, and I've had a few people reach out. They wanted me to talk about this. They've had some suspicion about AniLive. Now, those suspicions aren't all right. Those suspicions aren't new. There's been. I mean, I looked into AniLive before. There's definitely some sus things going on. I don't know to what degree it is. But now, so basically the way they work, it's a VTuber app. It's a new concept. It's a mobile app. It's a little bit like TikTok, but only for VTubers. I checked over the app. It doesn't look like much yet. There's not like a big audience there. But basically, they're kind of in affiliation with Nexus, which is another VTuber agency. And you guys know I have like a few friends that are in Nexus, Lulu Lasso I've collabed with before, Cloto, etc. So, and Nexus, they use AniLive for their streams, but they also are allowed to stream in other platforms like YouTube and Twitch, etc. Now, that's separate. That's Nexus, okay? And they're separate from AniLive. They just use AniLive. But AniLive themselves are also launching VTubers, and they've got the Jumpstart program Gen 1, which they released, and there was like no issues. And then they got Jumpstart program 2, and the new models have been revealed, and it looks very off. And a lot of people are suspecting they're using AI. Now, you know, you can think what you want about AI. It's a controversial topic, but I think there's one thing that everybody can get behind, and it's the idea that if you're signing up to a talent agency expecting a full-blown VTuber model, because you've been promised a full-blown high-quality VTuber model, and you receive not that or less than that, then you're being lied to, and that's obviously wrong. Now, there's a lot more to this. This is just the intro. So this is one of the models that's been revealed.
I'm Kiara from AniLive. I am a debuting VTuber. The whole point of me becoming a VTuber was just to have a safe space for everyone. My goodness, I'm nervous. And I hope that I can help brighten your day and just help you see that sometimes you just need a safe space to take a break. And I'm so happy to be working with AniLive. AniLive has offered me so many opportunities.
So
and I just saw it and I was like, oh my goodness, this is a chance for me to just reach out to so many people and to...
Yeah, so there's that, and there's this other one.
Konbawa. Hello, my name is Kira-kun. Well, apparently this is how my voice...
So there's a few things to go over. First of all, I mean, I asked some of my artist friends what they thought about this, if they thought there was AI being used in it. And they said for Kiro-kun, the ears don't match in colors. The line work is inconsistent in resolution. The skin color floods into the sclera of the eyes. There's no clear light source from the shading. The eyes are two different shapes, and not in a way an artist would typically do artistically. And for Keira, the one eyebrow above the bang, as you can see here, it has an outline, and this one doesn't have it. The eyes melt into each other's, and the eye shape is distorted. She says also the design of the dress makes no clear sense. I think it's because of the gems here. They're a little weird. The shadow and hair is casting into the shoulder and is not the correct shape. And also, if you guys can see when she's closing her eyes, the cutting is weird. Wait, I'll pause it.
Everyone.
Oh shit, I missed it. The cutting is weird. So when you rig them, it's like they took a bit. There's like a bit of the outline that's been cut, but not in a way that typical rigs are done. It just looks like this was a still image with no layers and they're cutting into it. The blinking is odd, so there's definitely something odd. I waited to do this because I wanted to reach out to a talent or at least get a statement from AniLive, but no one replied to me. So I didn't manage to get a comment. But there's been more development and my friend made a video on it, so instead of repeating everything, we can just watch the video after. So now, you know, a lot of people are dragging Nexus into this. And Nexus, I've seen their models and they're pretty high quality models. So I don't think they have AI. Nexus made a statement very quickly denying the AI allegations because I think from the very start, Nexus and AniLive has been kind of steeped in controversy. Now, I do want to say that I've spoken to some managers from Nexus and they're very, very kind and I also love the talents. I even gave a lecture at Nexus and they were great. And I know that, you know, they've been hurting because of this whole controversy. So that kind of sucks, but I'm glad that they made a statement clarifying things and they say, "Dear Nexus community, we are making this announcement as we believe it is important to clearly state our values and have them heard by the community. Every talent avatar at Nexus is crafted by trusted and dedicated artists, riggers, and technicians who play an irreplaceable role in this community. We do not and will not use AI in any way that would compromise or replace their artistry. We are dedicated to ensuring that their creative expertise will remain essential to our mission and into the future. Thank you once again for your unwavering support of our Talents Nexus management team. Now, there is the wording there that is, we do not use AI in any way that would compromise or replace their artistry. I feel like it's not a full-blown renunciation of AI, and that could be for several things. It could be that they want to leave the door open to AI in the future. That could be a possibility. For example, even HoloLive hasn't completely, during the stock market meeting, somebody asked what they thought about AI, and they're like, oh, it's a possibility for the future. So, it's leaving the door open. If you're a company, you can't completely say no to, because the advancements and the technology is moving so fast that we don't know in a couple of years what AI is going to look like. And what if it's going to be steeped in every single segment of our life? Like, we don't know. Like, things are moving so fast right now. So it could be that, or it could be more. I don't know. It could be that, maybe they want to leave the door open for other AI stuff, like for text, speech, but they don't want to do the generative AI. It could be that too. Yeah, there are some uses of AI that are not controversial. Like the generative AI art is what people have the most issue with at the moment. But I think other things like chat box, or I guess the voice ones are kind of controversial. I don't know. I think some people, the voice actors, don't like that one. Obviously, deepfakes are bad. But I think there's a new engine lately that research stuff for you that's coming out. Some stuff can be cool, some stuff can be advancement, or some stuff are not as controversial as others. Yeah, like programmers use, for coding and all that. Some stuff is more accepted than the others. So I think what they're denouncing here is the generative AI, but because of the wording being kind of vague, I can't know for sure. So I gotta make that disclaimer. So that's for Nexus. And then there's another Nexus talent that's super against AI, Mocha. Here saying, to clarify, some people express confusion. The Mocha Live 2D is not AI, it was handcrafted. And then they put the artist's name. However, my model was fed to create AI. So somebody made an AI illustration of her, I think. And she says it's like an instant block. So clearly some of the Nexus people are really against it. And then there's more stuff that came out from AniLive. So AniLive, they also made their own statement, but also this is their Jumpstart program. And their Jumpstart program has something very interesting. Why would somebody join AniLive when it's a dead platform? All right. Oh, I remember now. The big controversy with AniLive and even Iron Mouse, there's a clip of Iron Mouse denouncing them. Actually, I'll find it right now. So AniLive requires you to upload your Vtuber model in the app. And a lot of people are worried. Why do you need us to upload the Vtuber model in the app? Is it for, AI training, etc.? So maybe it is an app. I don't know.
Before it.
Honestly, I don't want to make these accusations because it could be, I don't want to make accusations. I just want to report on what I'm reading about and hearing about. So Iron Mouse here tells people, do not upload your model in this app. Do not do that.
Anybody blows anything out of proportion, I mean, people who are not familiar with VTubing just coming in doing weird shit, you know. If a repeat
Yeah, I don't want to do defamatory statement and be wrong about it. So I'm gonna stick to what I know for sure, and I'm gonna tell you guys the things that might, you know, if it's suspicions or, you know, gossip or whatever. I'll try to make a clear separation.
reputable VTuber company creates an app, creates a website, creates something, you know what? More power to them. Especially if it's a reputable company that we know, that we all know, and we've all known that they are good. You know what I mean? So, you know, I might just eat my words and be like, cool. I just want people to be safe and to thrive and to have fun and get that bag, sis. You know what I mean? Which brings me to my next point, which I'm like, part of me doesn't want to talk about this because I never get into any bullshit, but I feel compelled to talk about this because I saw it today and I just thought that it was the most stupidest shit, and I always just like to like keep to myself and I don't like to comment on anything going on. But I saw something that really bugged the fuck out of me. And I'm like, I was gonna tweet at them. I was gonna tweet at them because I wanted to say something, but then I was like, never mind. So, but I was like, never mind. And now I'm like, I don't know if I should say anything now. Drama! The girls are fighting! Apparently, but see, here's the thing. I'm very well aware. That's the reason why I didn't tweet is because I'm very well aware that I have a lot of people that follow me. So I don't want anybody to like dogpile or like be mean to whatever I'm gonna say, like to the issue that I'm addressing, because it's cringe. And that's the only reason why I've been like hesitant to say anything. That's why I didn't tweet, because I was just like, I don't want anybody to like dogpile
Yeah.
anybody. You know what I mean? So I hope people behave. But I'm saying this, I want to speak about this as a warning to people. Not as a warning, but like as a, that's kind of weird. Maybe I shouldn't do that. You know what I mean? There's like this new app. There's this new app that's VTubing app only called AniLive that I saw today. And I saw people announcing that they were going to stream on that app. And I see a fellow content creator slash person who rigs for the community asking about their practices. And apparently, they do not work with VTube Studio. You have to upload your model onto their site so that it can be imported and made compatible to stream on their site. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Abso-fucking-lutely not. What the fuck? If you are a VTuber, do not do this. Do not go and do that. That is your property. That is your thing. You don't know what the fuck they're doing with that shit. What the fuck?
So, yeah. So this is the gist of that clip. Now, for the Jumpstart program, the biggest thing is... oh yeah, just one thing to add. After that, AniLive came out and clarified why they needed you to upload the model into the mobile, and it's because into their app, and it's because so you can stream only using your phone. You don't have to worry about having a beefy PC to handle potential VTube Studio and OBS. And VTube Studio is like super intensive. Surprisingly, it's surprisingly very heavy on the computer. That is true. And so basically they require you to upload your model so they can run their program with your model on the side, which, I mean, it makes sense, but then again, I don't know, I'm not a tech person and I can't open their app and look at their code, so I don't know what the fuck they're doing with it. And, some people are saying, exactly like you guys are saying in the chat right now, if you want to train AI, it would be, that would be the way to do it. Like because AniLive's CEO has done other projects and they have launched VTuber AIs before, like Neurosama. It's like a cheaper version of Neurosama. I've watched some video of it. It's debuted and stuff, and they people found some job application where people were digging, they were looking for AI engineers and stuff like that. If you wanted to train an AI on how to act as a VTuber, it would be the perfect platform to do it. Now, why would somebody ever, join the AniLive Jumpstart program? Well, first, they're promised a model. Second of all, they're promised guidance and support to help you succeed on AniLive, and you're guaranteed a minimum of $300 per month for the first 3 months after your debut. So that's a lot. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And I know some people in the comments, they're like, oh, that's not a lot. We were talking about numbers in one of my latest streams. It's a lot streaming. It's a lot of money for content creation. Like, trust me, I've been doing this on and off for a lot of time, and $300 a month for streaming, yeah, it's not gonna pay your bills, all of your bills, if you live alone in an apartment and all of that. That's a fucking lot of money when you're just starting content creation and you're a young kid, you're in college and you don't have time for, a full-time job, or as an extra, just to do your hobby, to do something you would have done anyway for free. That's a lot of money. So a lot of the AniLife people have kind of, doom posted on PLs and stuff, and a lot of them are saying that they were initially attracted by this promise of the $300 stipend per month. 300 covers food for 1 month? Yeah, or 1 week if you order Uber Eats every day. Oh, I missed some super chat, sorry. Scarly has had a story over a year ago where she told us someone called her during a stream to confirm it was her and then kept texting her. Well, this is why you should never pick up the phone. They can't close the door on AI because investors love it. Exactly. I wanted to say that that's about my cover corp comment, right? Yeah, they can't close the door on AI because investors love it and they're publicly traded companies. Sure, if you're like an indie company or you're like a mom and pop thing, you run everything yourself, you can be like, fuck this, I'm never gonna use AI. Like Merriweather did that with his studio. That's fine. I mean, he gets to decide that. Yeah, everyone's situation is different. You cannot say that about how much 300 bucks gives. True. But I'll just say that, starting off as a content creator, $300. I know that when I started off as a content creator, I would have given anything to get $300 streaming and gaming every day because I was doing it for free anyway. So why not? It's just everything else would be extra money. You know what I mean? All right. So now lately there's this AniLive talent that says, I have so many things to say about this and they aren't good. Signed, an ex-talent from Jumpstart 2, aka me. As some of you might have noticed, I am the person behind Momo Say Yuna, and let me tell you that I'm extremely disappointed and sad. I needed the income, but more importantly, I didn't join this to be received with a PNG tuber with extra steps. And I think this is the argument that everybody can get behind, no matter where you stand on the situation. You were promised a VTuber model. That's got a way bigger value than a PNG tuber with extra steps, as she describes it. Yeah, no worries, Shog Mommy. We're gonna get to your video soon. And you've been covering it for a long time now, so yeah, you've made several videos on it. And secondly, I'm extremely disappointed to me as an artist who was naive enough to fall into this and not noticing the AI usage. Do you guys have an idea of how much guilt I feel for falling in this trap? Like, I hate AI with a passion, but I fall in this. It's emotionally heartbreaking. I have a history of being accepted into companies and being scammed and even sexually harassed and isolating, being used for free work, textual words, and more. Yet, I still trust the corpse in here, and that naivety is what I hate of me. I was far for this. No contract in my case, just code of conduct, terms of service, Google Forms for code of conduct, character guidelines, basically just be nice and professional. And so I did think I'm not the only one who feels like trash, and hopefully they'll talk more and better than me. And let's look at the statement. Some rumors have been floating around that we want to address. So AniLive has come out with their own statement after, I think, a week of silence. To be 100% clear, all Jumpstart Volume 2 illustrations were created by human artists and were not generated by AI. The article below clears up misunderstanding. Oh, there, Kenny replied. Let's read his reply. Appreciate the statement. However, it would be easy to diminish these claims if you shared the pre-rigged art and artist production companies used, because some of the artifacts and compression issues aren't typical of what would happen to purely artist-drawn piece. Yeah, he's right about that. They could just clear up everything by giving the artists, right? Okay. Hello, any livers. We receive inquiries about Jumpstart Program Volume 2 avatars. I've seen rumors that the characters' illustration were created using AI. First off, we want to state clearly upfront that the character illustration were not generated by AI. AniLive's goal has always been to support creators, including the case of the avatars and designs we provide. We assert that all characters and illustration for the Jumpstart Program, both Volume 1 and 2, were created by human artists. Jumpstart Volume 2, A New Way to Move. To summarize, the feature allows streaming for moving avatar from a single illustration. We view it as a step up or alternative to PNG tubing, basically allowing for movement and expressiveness when using only one illustration so that people can start VTubing even before they're able to commission or create a rig. So it's kind of like this, it's like a Japanese app. They're going the Japanese app route, such as Iriam and 17 Live already have similar animation features available for several years. And I guess it can automatically animate an illustration, but isn't that in a way AI? Like, how is it animated? It probably has AI. Although, not generative AI, so maybe that's less controversial, but there's still AI in it. Some people have claimed that the Volume 2 avatars appear to move completely different from standard VTuber models or are not in poses that would be suitable for Live 2D rig model. Oh yeah, that was a big thing that my artist friend said too. She said they all have dynamic poses and usually like Live 2D models are just, you know, looking straight up like I am right now, you know, so you can animate it, you know, move it from to side, etc. Some people have, sorry, I read that. And that is proof that we're using generative AI for the illustration. However, the real reason is simply that the Volume 2 avatars are not standard models, as we shared in our initial announcement. So they're saying that they're illustrations that are like kind of turned into some kind of PNG tuber. Jumpstart Program Volume 2 streamers are provided a single original character illustration, and they use those illustrations in conjunction with our new streaming method. At the moment, we're still in the early development stage for this tool, so we're still working out what's possible for it, and there are some technical difficulties. Currently, for example, we've noticed that there is some image compression and artifact creation during the usage of the feature. In addition, some issues with the animation may occur. Screenshots of these issues out of context are being shared on social media as evidence that the original character illustrations are made with AI, but in reality, the issues are just limitation within our in-app feature and not the result of the character illustration itself. So the low quality and stuff, they say that it's a result of compression or something like that, which I don't know if I'm completely buying. I don't know what you guys think, but yeah. A feature to help new VTubers get started. I mean, sure, it'd be cool if instead of having to do the PNG VTuber yourself, you know, with all the steps, you could just upload an illustration and a PNG and it makes the mouth move for you. Sure, that'd be cool. That could be a tool that helps VTubers with low budget, or it would make at least the barrier of entry for VTubing lower, which is a cool feature. But again, that's if the tool actually works as intended and that we trust everything said in this statement, which again, I'm not sure I'm completely buying right now. Doesn't their statement only say the illustration isn't AI? They don't really specify that their rigging isn't AI? I mean, I feel like the rig has to be AI. Everything that's kind of this technology lately is AI in a way. Sounds like the base illustration is hand-drawn, but the animation is handled by AI, yeah. It has limitation because sometimes you can't tell what's hair and what's face and things get distorted. Oh. This technology is about 6-7 years old? So why are they saying this is an early tool in development? Because they're making their own? AniLive began developing this feature with the intention of providing aspiring VTubers as a starter tool to have more expressive character streaming, even when they only have a single illustration. We hope that by having this option, new streamers will be able to create and after earning for some time, to even commission their own rig in the future. Currently, we're limiting access to a select few in order to implement strict copyright check for illustrations being used. But after developing it further, we plan to invite streamers outside of the Jumpstart program to test out new features themselves and simply bring in their character illustrations to life. AniLive values artists and creativity for illustrations. The illustrations for Jumpstart Program Volume 2 were pre-commissioned from 4 human artists and 2 production companies specifically for the purpose of using them with our new feature. We do acknowledge that in order to accommodate a large initial number of new streamers, we prepared and ordered in bulk under a tight deadline and limited the numbers of revisions we allowed ourselves to request. This led to understandable oversights and fine details in the illustrations as well, which we plan to be more careful about in the future. However, we are confident that the illustrations that we provided to Jumpstart Program Volume 2 streamers are all created by human artists, and that the bulk of the misunderstanding comes from seeing screenshots of our feature in action without context and assuming that the output is a live 2D avatar. We hope that this detailed explanation of the expected behavior of our feature will put people's mind at ease. Please look forward to continuing development and improvement of the app. So yeah, this is pretty much what it is. You know, the other thing that I'm wondering about is, because AniLive's got decent funding, and how else? The thing that makes me suspicious is, how would they be able to fund this app? Because it can't just survive from streamers streaming there and racking in donation, because it doesn't have that big of an audience yet and probably doesn't have that many people donating at this scale. So did they get investors' money with the promise of more, with the promise of developing a tool in the future? I don't know. CEO is the old Prism Project CEO, the one from Sony. Yeah, like, what's the company product? What is the money they want to generate? On the first look, it looks like they want to do this new TikTok app, but for VTubers. And TikTok blew up, so maybe they're betting on this. But it's a very risky bet. Would investors really be convinced by this bet? I don't know. But also it's some kind of tech company, and tech companies come and go all the time. So this Sana Fista is from AniLive Jumpstart 2, and she's already graduated. Mobile market is still king in Asia. Yeah, maybe they're trying to capitalize on the mobile market. Alright, so she's graduating. Regarding my reason on leaving, I've come to realize I was not made to be a VTuber, as I wasn't talented enough in content creation area. I saw my bad take on drama and allegation where I wasn't even explaining the issue but chose to rather stay quiet. Regarding the issue currently, I apologize, I can't explain it myself. I've met lots of talents in the apps that were friendly, but I also see the good and the bads. Streamers in AniLive has potential. I hope you guys will continue to support them. To sum up my short notice, AniLive has given me a chance, but sadly I wasn't able to stay. And then she wishes, you know, the everybody good luck. And she's leaving. This person, this VTuber, Penlock Holmes, said, "This is needed to be addressed. I mean, do absolutely not start harassing or DMing any of the talents that is on the AniLive Jumpstart program or Nexus or D&D that stream on AniLive." And I think that goes without saying. Don't dogpile on people. Niche app for a niche community, yeah. So this is a short video kind of summarizing the situation. Probably gonna summarize it better than me, because when I looked into the whole AniLive ties to AI, that was months ago, and I think I need this refresher. I think she's gonna explain it better than me. So this is a video by Shock Mummy, you know, great friend, great colleague of me. Go check out her channel. She does great investigation.
Last night, October 30th at 8:40 p.m. Pacific, Nexus Live issued a community post concerning AI-generated content, possibly responding to growing allegations around AniLive's use of generative AI. Let's dive into this situation together in a quick video. I'm Shogmami, your local Eldritch Tentacle Monster Sea Slug, bringing you today's cup of tea from the Eldritch Archives. Before we get into Nexus's recent statement, a bit of background. To fully understand the situation, I suggest checking out my previous video on AniLive, where I broke down some of the initial concerns. I'll link that video above so you can catch up if you haven't already. Moving on, Nexus released the following notice to their community in possible response to allegations that AniLive has been using AI-generated content for their latest model series, Jumpstart Volume 2.
Dear Nexus community, we are making this announcement as we believe it is important to clearly state our values and have them heard by the community. Every talent avatar at Nexus is crafted by trusted and dedicated artists, riggers, and technicians who play an irreplaceable role in this community. We do not, and will not, use AL in any way that would compromise or replace their artistry. We are dedicated to ensuring that their creative expertise will remain essential to our mission and into the future. Thank you once again for your unwavering support for our talents. Nexus management team.
This notice comes right as AniLive is facing renewed scrutiny for what many are calling blatant AI-generated elements in some of their models. While Nexus maintains they aren't using AI, it's troubling that they've aligned with a company like AniLive, which appears to be using generative AI models. Even more concerning is Harry So's using generative AI.
Oh my god, I muted again. Okay, editor, clip that part out. All right, I muted to cough and then I forgot to unmute. So I was saying that you see here, this is the frame I was trying to show you guys earlier. You can see here that the eyebrow is like clipped. Like if you look at my model, when I close my eyes, there's several layers underneath. And even if it is a PNG tuber, I'd have at least a blank layer of skin. It doesn't need to be very complex shading in this case, but it looks like the application, as they say, or the AI hasn't even grabbed her full eyelid. There's half of it that's missing. Yeah, I think that'd be really cool as well, Patrick. It's so much prettier when she doesn't talk. Fuck you.
AI models. Even more concerning is Harry So's own background. He's previously been involved with companies that actively used AI, including Another Ball, the parent company of AniLive, and Midtown, where So has also served as a marketing manager. It's important to note that Harry has mysteriously removed these entries from his LinkedIn in recent months. Not to mention Another Ball's AI-based talent project, Izuma.
Oh,
so
there we go. That's Izumi is the AI that I've... Can I find her? I think that's the VTuber AI that I found. That was like a scuff version of of Nurosama.
Even if we take Nexus at their word that they're not using AI themselves, the relationship with AniLive raises legitimate concerns, especially since Nexus' entire talent roster relies on AniLive's tech for their models and streaming presence. At this point, all we have is Nexus' statement, and we're left to take it at face value that they're not directly involved with AI modeling. Now, I want to make it very clear, this video isn't a call to target or harass anyone involved, especially individual talents. They're not responsible for the decisions AniLive makes about their models, so please don't go and contact them or AniLive directly. Instead, I'm hoping AniLive will take this criticism to heart and consider investing in human artists, as there's no shortage of skilled VTubers, mamas and papas offering reasonably priced models and rigging. Now, what likely prompted Nexus' announcement was the recent wave of backlash aimed at AniLive, especially around Jumpstart Volume 2. Given their partnership, it's likely Nexus wanted to address these concerns.
Wait, does it say finger missing? Oh yeah, that could pass actually.
Volume 2. Given their partnership, it's likely Nexus wanted to address these concerns before things escalated further. Many of these concerns aren't new either. A few months ago, artists voiced worries about AniLive requesting access to sensitive rigging files, raising even more red flags around potential AI involvement. In fact, one netizen recently shared allegations that Jumpstart Volume 2 was indeed created using generative AI. Here's what they had to say.
I'm very concerned about the idea of these models being made with generative AI, especially since the rigging is completely limited to facial expressions, and the models are in dynamic poses typically not used for standard models. The biggest telltale signs often involve the hair or other physics-dependent parts being in positions that would make it more difficult to rig. This is apparent with first, second, fourth image, where the hair is not straightened. It's a bit harder to spot out with this model because it aligns more closely with the standard front-facing model for live 2D projects, but there's still some bits here and there where it becomes increasingly concerning. Even if these models are touched up by an artist, it still hurts to know that people who genuinely want to be a Vtuber are being given lower-grade models pumped out via generative AI. If they are going to stream on a live 2D only app, they deserve at least fully rigged models.
This perspective was echoed throughout the community.
They want to invest in riggers too expensive, but is the Jumpstart Volume 1 rigged? Are they rigged? It's a TTS, Grojan.
Own examples and suspicious AI-generated art. Here's another example, this time from Knives.
I think VTubers should be looking into this. These are suspicious, and even if it's not AI, it's quite odd that these are models are just PNG with closed eyes and open mouths sloppily drawn over. I think a bare minimum this company is taking a...
Yeah, look at the smudge here. There's a smudge here. An outline from something else that just didn't get cut or pasted properly.
advantage of new and naive creators.
Based on my own research into the matter, I did find
I looked a little bit over the talents too, and they all look really young. Like, I think one of them is streaming off their laptop, like they have no desk setups, they're like kids, you know, in school and stuff, so. The eyebrows don't match either? Oh, I didn't even see.
models with telltale AI signs, malformed eyelashes, oddly shaped bangs, artifacts, and awkward mouth rigging where the teeth sometimes split in half or sometimes disappear at random. It's hard to look at these and dismiss the possibility that generative AI is at work. So that's where things stand for now. Nexus has issued a statement distancing themselves from AI, but with AniLive's ongoing AI-related controversies, the partnership leaves plenty of questions. Whether this will prompt further transparency or changes from either company remains to be seen, but it's clear the community has concerns that aren't going away anytime soon. A major concern I have is the impact this has on the talents themselves. The people behind these models who may have little control over how their avatars are created or perceived. Many of these talents are likely unaware of potential AI involvement in their models, and it's concerning that they could face backlash for decisions beyond their influence. For those who pour so much time and effort into building a presence and connecting with their audiences, being caught up in these allegations is far from fair. Ultimately, the burden of responsibility lies within the companies, and I truly hope that moving forward, they're as transparent as possible, not just for their own credibility, but to protect and support the talent who rely on them. While we have to keep a close eye on this situation, I'd love to hear your thoughts. What do you make of Nexus's statement? Do you think it clears the air, or does the partnership with AniLive raise too many red flags? Post your thoughts below in the comments, and let's keep the conversation going. But for now, my dear cultists, I must bid you all a dark eve. Thank you all for your continued love and support. If you stayed this long, please remember to give this video a like and consider sharing and following. As always, I'm Shogmommy, your local address tentacle master sea slug. Take care and stay awesome.
I like the logos. Nice video by Shogmommy. Thank you so much for this. Like and subscribe, everybody. Give a pass by this channel if you can. We need less generative AI and more degen AI. Oh, there's plenty of degen AI. Have you not seen the inflation ones? Hey Xavier, what's up? All right. Lastly, wait. No, I'll leave that later because I have a video that goes with that. I want to talk about the Johnny Somali thing. We'll come back to this. So I saw this literally as I was starting off the screen. Man, this is gonna end up being a VTuber news stream. Why did I call this the Variety React? So I guess EN Project made an announcement, and I saw... Okay, there's been in the Discord some, forum posts posted about some rumors about EN Project. I don't know the validity of this. I couldn't really look at the evidence. There wasn't like very concrete. I looked it over real quick. I'm not sure it required a follow-up. And I'm not sure EN Project needed to address this, but then they addressed it. But I don't think you should... I don't think you should address allegations that are being spread on anonymous forum boards in general, because I think not many people had seen those in the first place, and the company is closing anyway, so like what's the point? And I think Expert Armchair here echoes a similar sentiment. He says, no PR consultant, no matter how competent, can stop a company from sinking if said company is sufficiently bent on plucking defeat from the jaws of victory. That said, it cannot be overstated how much PR professionals can help a corpo in its death throes goes down with dignity. This reads like the author wanted to replace every sentence of we with I. This is not a trend that I would like to see persist in this industry. If we are to demand more professionalism, we're going to need to encourage the adoption of standards for public relations and communication among the smaller corpos that are continuing to find their footing, as well as the brave few choosing to enter the market just now. So let's take a look at the announcement. And Yeah, I don't know if it was worth doing an announcement for it. Like, even a person doing the threads was like, oh, I got this information from somebody else. I can't really, you know, swear on the validity of this. He was basically saying, I heard this from somebody else. Here's what I got, you know, thread dump, information dump. You guys can do whatever you want with it. I haven't read this yet. You guys have read it? It has come to our attention that a lot of misinformation has been spreading about our talents and internal company information. We would like to say that we are very disappointed it has come to this, and we do not approve of slander, rumors, or defamation of any parties or individuals in any situation. Yen Project is a young company in the VTuber industry that has gone through a lot of growing pains. We have not been without criticism, and no one will ever claim that no mistakes were made. No one person is to blame for where we are today. We do not want anyone casting blame where was I? No, I want anyone casting blame at a specific person in any way. Talents and management were a team, and we had our dreams and worked hard towards them together, but unfortunately it didn't work out the way we had hoped. We would like to clarify the following: accusations of failure to complete contracts, casting of blame, accusation of favoritism. Accusations of failure to complete contract. Oh, on their part. Okay. Casting of blame, accusations of favoritism. These are big claims. In regards to failure to complete contractual obligations, while the details of the contract laid out very specific requirements of both parties, there were instances where the contractual obligations were not fully met. This is the case for all parties involved to various degree. Many are aware that talent participated in providing their feedback on management performance and company operations. Please be aware that management provided feedback to talents as well. Everyone made steps towards improving EN, was quite lenient and understanding with our talents regarding their performance because we knew they had very realistic personal circumstances that we wished to treat with the utmost respect, and we were a young company with room to grow and improve. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach a state that aligned with everyone's wishes and goals. In regards to casting of blame, we have seen and heard a lot of feedback and rumors that specific talents, current or former or individual members of management, were specifically to blame for the company being unable to remain operational. This is false. The operation of EN was never a one-person show, and we all had our parts in the journey. At the end of the day, we weren't able to make it work, and while unfortunate, it is not the fault of any specific individual. In regards to accusations of favoritism, there has been a lot of speculations regarding this, but we assure you that we respect all our talents equally. Some claim that we held specific talents more strictly in regards to their actions. However, we considered all breaches of contract and company policies by any talent with the same consideration. At the end of the day, we were more interested in supporting the talents and understand that it is in everyone's best interest to allow the talents as much freedom as possible, while still trying to uphold our company's values. We can say that every member of EN Project tried their very best. We respect our talents greatly and wish them the best in their future endeavors. We ask that everyone involved stop spreading misinformation, that everyone continues to support all the talents positively. I scratched myself while reading this, now I'm bleeding. Which is why I paused midway at one point. Damn, have you no shame? Please, Silence, you're not helping yourself. You're so willing to combat misinformation. Why don't you just share how much you sold the talents and their IPs for? This was not a good idea. Yeah, I think this is probably a statement that could have been skipped. Just let it rest, you know? It sucks that Zumi couldn't keep her model. Yeah, it sucks for everybody that couldn't keep a model, for sure. Really wonder how much these models were sold of. There's another there is another discussion that's going viral right now on Twitter, and I guess I don't really wade in on the discussion of the day on Twitter usually, because I think this platform is not it's not a good platform to discuss meaningful things with people. It's not a good platform to have conversations on. If I do have a conversation, I'd rather do it on stream. So, dude, like, this thread went really viral. It has 100,000 views, and it's only had 48 comments and 196 likes. Sorry, this is the first thread. Yeah, almost 1 million views here. VTubers and streamers. And I feel like this is a conversation that comes back all the freaking time. VTubers and streamers, I know it means to be encouraging, but I keep seeing posts reminding people that 5 viewers is a lot. It's a full room. And they usually come from much bigger streamers. But 5 people aren't going to pay rent for me. 5 people won't give me money for groceries. The encouragement is nice, but I feel like it comes from a place of ignorance or even arrogance. For people trying to survive in today's economy, knowing 5 people is a full room isn't going to make a difference. We might feel good, but how much will that actually reflect on our lives? Just a reminder, sometimes these encouraging posts read more as toxic positivity than useful advice. My voice is really dry today. Thank you for the new sub! I'm gonna touch you one. The fuck is his name? But thank you regardless. She made a clarification. Wow, this popped off more than I thought it would, and people still have the worst reading comprehension I've seen to date. I don't regret posting this, and I stand by what I've been saying. Empty platitudes will help no one. 5 people is a lot, yes, but it's not enough to make a career out of it. Yes, some people only stream as a hobby, but there's still many, many more that do it to make a career. You telling us that we shouldn't and or that it's saturated field doesn't change the fact that it's how things are. I also won't be cowed for mentioning money in this economy. So many people are struggling to survive in non-box creation jobs. We shouldn't be looked at as greedy or disingenuous for wanting to survive in a country or system that tries to put us down. Late-stage capitalism and nonsense, etc. Again, the money was never the main issue in the first place, though. It was a secondary statement. I'll repeat myself, telling people empty platitudes is toxic positivity. If you want to help people positively, give good, clear, lasting advice. If you can't grasp that, then I hope you will in the future. I mean, I think when people say that 5 viewers is a lot is because I think, what are the stats for the streamers? I brought up the streamer stats the other day in the Niji Sanji video I did, and I was actually more right than I thought. Hold on, let me check. What should I type? Live stream stats audience. No, that's not a good search. Basically, 94% of all Twitch streamers have 0 to 5 average viewers. Okay, I can't find that link now. Fuck. Rima has a funny habit of clapping or hitting the back of one hand with a palm or the other. Oh yeah, this? Yeah, I do that. It's true, I do that. You just made me notice it. I've never noticed it before. This sound? Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't even notice when I'm doing that. I also never notice that I smack my lips sometime. another form of clopping. Yeah, the clarification didn't help. The Marquetas, thank you for the resub. I think I'm conflicted about this. On one hand, I don't think it is helpful to be, you know, positive and tell somebody like, oh yeah, you know, you have 5 viewers, that's good, you're gonna get more in the future. Some people don't even have that. You know, I had a friend, I swear to God, guys, he streamed every single day, 10 hours a day to 1 viewer. Sometimes I get into a League of Legends game and somebody pays their stream and there's 1 person watching and it's probably a bot. So 5 viewers is 5 times that. Still, there's the one side of that. And then there's the other side. Well, it's like, shit. Well, the first... I think the first expectation is that you expect content creation to pay for your lifestyle or to pay for your bills. And you can never get into content creation expecting that. You should just go in content. That's why people always repeat, you should take content creation as a hobby, because most people never make it as a content creator. That's why they say that. Like, do it as a hobby, and if it pays off, fine. That's a cool perk. That's a cool extra. Content creation is the new gold rush. And some people might strike the gold. Most of them will just come out with dirt and rocks. But if you're clever, you can make more from selling the pickaxe to the people rushing for the gold than digging for the gold yourself. For example, there was a few people in that thread, or a few friends that I know, that were like, well, you know, I enjoyed content creation, but I couldn't pay my bills with it. So I started editing on the side. I took this part of content creation that I liked and I kind of started freelancing with it. So Kenny, for example, he runs otakubon.com and he does video editing. A lot of people are also artists. Some people, you know, do shorts. There's this one VTuber that does the squibblies, and they're very popular. You know, Azehara started making clips. He wanted to be a content creator first, but his clip channel started popping off. I remain to this day a freelance worker. Like, I have like a job, I get contracts IRL, I do these, and these are my main income. Everything else, now for sure I'm starting to live more of my content creation because things are going well, but this was never something that I expected. It's just a really nice perk, and thank you guys for enabling me to do what I love. Grey Batch also say I had the same thought. Streaming is fun and it is more successful than it might feel, but it also a lot of work, and wanted to make it a part of your income means that you have to consider those aspects. And yeah, I guess the other argument that perhaps would have made more sense is that, you know, when people are telling content creators, oh, but don't focus on numbers. And you're like, but you will focus on numbers because it's your job and numbers kind of pay your bills. But I think you probably you should start. I mean, I think it's a toxic spiral down no matter what, but it's also something that you know, maybe you're at a certain level before you start focusing on numbers, or you're doing everything upside down otherwise. It was my stomach growling. I tell the guy sending me bills to ignore the numbers. Yeah, it's kind of like when I when you open the mail and there's only invoices and you're like, oh, I received nothing, and you just close it back. Reminds me of e-girls getting made. What are you saying? I don't even understand what you're saying. So, I mean, content creation is cutthroat. It's very difficult. You know, there's a sea of people that's doing the same thing. There's a lot of really talented people, lots of people with beautiful voices, beautiful, you know, really cool moe character stuff. I know a lot of people that I find more talented than me, that are less successful than me. And I'm like, damn, I wish people would notice them more. But it's really hard for people to notice, to invest in a new VTuber when there's so many. That's why sometimes somebody can have, I don't know, like 30 average like 50 viewers, and then they get into a corpo, and then suddenly they're streaming to thousands of viewers because the corpo gave them a platform, and suddenly you notice their talent. There's a ton of hidden gems like that. There's a ton of really, really talented people out there. But it's kind of like a success in content creation is a combination of luck and preparation. And it's when these two factors meet, and like a series of events, that you need a little bit of luck, you need a little bit of destiny in there. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, timing is the word that I was looking for. Thank you. Yeah, it's the stars but light. There's a timing or something. I remember. Do you guys remember how XQC got famous? Most random example I'm gonna give. It was the Overwatch era. Moon was the new it streamer, and he was streaming Overwatch. And there was this guy that kept making unhinged comments in the party voice chat with him, and people thought it was so funny. It was the funniest thing ever. That turned out to be XQC. And now this guy, you know, he streams with Moon a couple more times. He's really funny in voice comms. He's also really good at the game. So tack. There's all these little things getting checked. The plot being broadcasted to a wide audience, having the humor of the time, you know, that people were looking for. The person, like, it scratched that itch. And then he starts streaming shortly after, and his first streams garners a lot of attention, and now he's getting paid, I don't remember, what was his kick deal number? 100 million or some shit? Well, there you go. It can be something as innocuous as this. Iron Mouse got famous because of her singing shorts that went really viral. Before that, she was struggling for many, many years. You know, she was streaming to small audiences, but she really liked what she did, and her passion shone, and people can relate to that. When you have passion for something and it shows, people connect with you. Yes, and Sakura Miko as well. Sakura's first meet and greet had one person there, a single person. And now she fills out entire venues when she sings for her concerts. I mean, Pippa couldn't also be used as an example of luck meets preparation. Pippa already had an audience, like, you know, people knew Pippa, but she hadn't blown up as hard as she is today. When she made that comment during the Hogwarts Legacy, it spoke to a lot of people because a lot of people related to what she said, but everybody was afraid to speak out. And so then it was like she had already everything in place to be successful, but she needed that one spark that would make her blow up. And I think after that, I don't remember exactly like the numbers, but her streams were blowing up really hard. I think Azehara must know more about Pippa. Yeah, most content creators do things for multiple years before they blow up. So another story, another example is, well, somebody I knew. So if you're really good at a game, sometimes that can be your selling point for your stream. And there's... Oh my god.
Press correction by me. We're saying fuck you this one.
Thank you, Stefan! Thank you. Thank you for the donation. Very good, very good. I just ordered a lot of Uber Eats, so that's gonna cover it. Thank you. Hello, Rima. This is your weekly compensation for getting demonetized, food delivery, and clothes. Thank you. Man, talking about clothes, I really wanted to buy... I saw a girl in an SUV the other day as I was walking, and I have razor sharp eyes for everything anime, and she was wearing like a Sherpa coat with a fucking One Piece emblem on it. And it looked so freaking cool. And I was like, I like scanned her outfit. And I was like, where did you get this? And then I finally tracked down the coat and it's freaking sold out. I'm so upset, man. Yeah, that thing that I posted in Discord. All right, so, all right, my friend, he was a, it's not a friend, it's a colleague. It's a content creator, you know, he was fairly known in the Magic the Gathering community. He was doing all right, you know, hundreds of viewers per stream. Most people would call that successful. He has his audience, he has his community. Great. Then there's a new game that came out that was like adjacent to Magic the Gathering. It was like somewhat similar, but not too much. And it was hype. I don't remember exactly. Fire Emblem, I think. I'm not sure. And so he brings his community, his already decently large community, to that category. And then he starts blowing the fuck up because he's a top streamer in that category. It's a hype game. Everything lines up for him. And now he streams for thousands and thousands of viewers. So you can go that route. There's different routes to become successful in content creation. Some people do variety streams. Some people just get really good at one game. Some people aren't good at games, but they're just entertaining. And there's a lot of different ways to become successful. I know I'm repeating myself, but I really want to do some like content creation class. I'll probably do them for free. Like I'll probably live stream them. I want to do like a VTuber Academy or Content Creation Academy, but I also want it to be wide enough that it doesn't have to be just for video essays. It can be for anything. Straub also gave her 2 cents on this, and I liked her take. Being a full-time content creator is really cool, and I feel really lucky that I get to do this now. But I didn't just drop out of school and rely on my smaller audience to pay my bills. I waited to decline the job offer I had out of college until I could justify it. This might sound a bit harsh, but it's just my opinion, but I feel like if you try to make streaming pay all your bills when it just isn't cutting it, It can take a lot of the fun out of streaming. Yo, exactly. She's so on point. You're not going to be focused on having a good time with your audience. You're going to be too worried about when you're getting another sub or when you need to do another emergency donaton to pay your bills. You just can't expect a small audience to keep you afloat if it isn't already happening naturally. It isn't fair to them. Being a full-time content creator is a privilege. Yep. True. Okay, we already seen that. All right, so that wraps it up, I think. What do you guys think about this topic?
The cheek-to-cheek smile combined.
Stop! I hate and love the autoplay feature on my YouTube. Okay, so quickly the Johnny Somali situation. So apparently Johnny Somali went to Korea and this Korean YouTuber was live streaming and making fun of him. Then he stops the stream and apparently him and two of his friends went to like teach Johnny Somali a lesson. That was rumor at the time, but now I guess it's confirmed. The YouTuber responsible for teaching Johnny Somali a lesson has been released by the police. And I found a video here.
If you want to run up, I'm live. If I wasn't scared, I wouldn't be live. I broadcast my live location every day, every night, bro. I don't care. Come get me. Come get me! Go! What's up?
때렸다! 와, 레전드. You what? 야, 왜요? 빨리 말해줘. 아, 형님이에요?
Why is there the Dune soundtrack playing now? Oh, that's why.
Is he the Korean Al Gaib, the prince that was promised, or just your typical Korean guy? Raised on Taekwondo, served his mandatory 2 years in the military, with an innate ability to pop out the bushes and take out two weak bottoms at the same time. So we're gonna get more into why this front-kicking Giga Chad took out all three of these idiots by himself, even when Johnny's awkward Korean accomplice brought out a samurai sword, as he actually set off the chain reaction of Johnny being beaten, banned off YouTube, and again put in police custody with what I hear are serious charges. So if you haven't seen what started all this not Somalian nonsense out in South Korea...
Oh wait, we should watch this video after. Korea finally took care of him. Okay.
Go check out that video I made just 3 days ago, as since then, more local Koreans were tracking them down in the streets, snitching out their activities to the police.
They are falsely accusing me of having drugs and the weapons in my place. So I'm gonna have the cops.
What do you mean falsely accused of having weapons? I don't think this samurai sword came out of Hammerspace, and whoever recorded you guys getting sprayed outside that house actually caught you carrying your pew-pew that at one point in time you actually drew. So even though Johnny's Korean accomplice is American, to my understanding there's no two-way in...
Yeah, Korea still's got conscription, so every Korean male is military trained, and I know that because BTS is going on a break because they gotta go do their military training. And I'm so sad that we're gonna be deprived of their music for like, what, 2 years? Is it 2 years?
Korea. So either he's gonna do some serious time over the same crime in 2 different countries, or he's running around with fake weapons that unfortunately can't protect you from real beatings. As those beatdowns began when the local streamers, angry about how he was helping Johnny, found and surrounded his home.
They're running up on Hank's crib crazy, bro. Y'all not doing this to Hank, bro. No, chat. No, no, no.
And again, Johnny and Johnny Jr. reminded us of their gangsta fluid status, seamlessly switching between "I'll fight you" to "I'll sue you if you hurt me."
Gangsta fluid status. Bro, I hate this kind of nuisance streamer. Am I saying it right? I hate that. Who was the first live stream? I don't know. There's such cool things that we do with live stream. Cool development and stuff. But at the same time, what was the name of that one streamer that got banned because he got swatted live on stream? He's the first one that started doing IRL streaming. It was very big. Do you guys know who I'm talking about? Poseidon? Yes, 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 him. Ice Poseidon. Yes, yes. He like opened Pandora's gate with his streams, and now you can't fucking be in public without somebody coming to do a TikTok video with you, asking you how many genders there is, or some dumbass fucking question like, what do you think about men and women, and what is your body count? Bro, I miss the time where you could just walk in the street in peace without being filmed.
You guys hit me.
When this come down, he gonna f your ass up, I promise you. I swear to God, I'll slap one of you.
Bro, he's so content brained. He's always live streaming. He's always wants to film. He's so cooked. He's so brain broken.
한국에서 한국말 써.
I wanna stop the
있어. 이 새끼 뇌병변 장애 있나 봐.
What's up?
때렸다. 레전드. 오 엄마. 야.
I swear to God.
장애 있나 봐.
What's up?
And while this Korean is kicking them, he's specifically saying this is about Johnny violating those comfort woman statues.
We got you on camera. Oh, you know, come down.
You know, Johnny gives every single like tourist or visitor a bad name. Because of what he's doing, they're gonna look down on us even more, dude. Stop! Stop! I still need to visit Asia!
This is getting crazy. This is getting crazy.
So while Johnny's jumping in an elevator, Johnny Jr. is still trying to escape.
야 소말리.
Especially Americans? Yeah, true.
왜요? 참아. 아 형님이에요? 와. 형님 레전드.
Then Johnny's Asian Sherpa shows up with his sword.
Bro, what?
야, 탱크. 이 개새끼야. 야 불러 이 개새끼야. 불러.
And after their beatings concluded, the police seemingly only searched Johnny.
예, 저분은 충기 있다는 소리가 있어서 소지품 확인 부탁드렸어요. 예.
Now I'm hearing reports that he was on the run, refusing to authorize further testing or signing any statements, which sounds a lot like what happened in Japan right before they tossed him in prison, as it almost sounds like he sees incarceration as just a cost of doing business, but this is actually going to hurt him, as his YouTube channel he struggled to get 20,000 subscribers just got deleted. Now he is reaching out to YouTube on Twitter saying that this was a mistake, and originally I thought it would be over the various other violations he's committed, threatening people on live stream, the petty crimes committed across several countries,
Shut down
or
his
the
channel.
false copyright strikes he confirms himself were just to attack other creators. But no, apparently it was none of that. It was from within his own camp. As several people are saying on social media, it was a former friend that logged into his account to stream straight up adult content on Johnny's account, as Johnny's ban was inevitable, but being because his own people were pissed at him was a curve.
He's made a third channel? What happened to his first two channels? Ban? But this is ban evasion. He's gonna get in even more trouble if he does another channel.
Ball nobody saw. But the thing that over 10 million people did see in just 2 days was you and your whole crew getting cracked by that one Korean dude. And as I said in my last video, he needs to flee the country. As Korean live streamers are saying, if you can find him, I'll give you 1 million Korean won, which is just find him in the street to receive over $700 US. And even popular Korean streamers with over 200,000 subscribers are straight up challenging him to a match, where Johnny can get $10,000 US for winning just for the opportunity to get him in the ring. As there's now an entire genre of Korean live streaming of just searching for Johnny in the—
Dude, I'm glad. I don't advocate for violence, but I am glad that they're standing up for themselves and they've seen what he did in Japan, and they're like, "No, you're not gonna repeat this whole shit in our country. We're not gonna take this lying down." And honestly, he deserves it. Jesus. I feel he needs to be taught a lesson, but I don't know if he's gonna learn anything from this.
in the streets, as he is now essentially public enemy number one.
쫓아가긴 했지만 별다른 저항은 하지
Everybody
않았고
hates him. Everybody. Who
And that's
enjoys
not me
even
blurring
watching
them out.
this?
Every Korean news outlet is protecting the identities of the Koreans attacking him, but
Nice.
just showing Johnny and Johnny's Jr.
No way.
So word was Johnny was going to stream on the only platform he's not banned on. But since the streets are crawling with streamers looking to take one, blow up their channel viewership, allegedly, Johnny had to go into police protection. As just 2 days ago, I predicted exactly this scenario. Everybody that would either randomly see him in the streets
Johnny only goes to safe countries. If he does that kind of bullshit in Brazil, he would become past tense very quickly.
or see him on stream and track him down would now see him as this piñata person. But instead of cracking him open for candy, they're taking swings for precious internet fame. Honestly, I don't even blame him, as you don't need to speak Korean to notice how their news stations essentially greenlit Johnny. The stories are about how he got beaten, why they think he deserved it, and pretty much protecting the Koreans and their legacy of rooftop rage. And in a super weird way, this is exactly what he wanted, as even when Johnny himself continues to re-upload his crash out content, he specifically tags me,
Wait, what is he
Decoy
doing?
Voice, so I can be sure to see.
Is this somebody he knows? Like what, he's heckling a stranger in the street? He's so annoying. Johnny's now like a rare yeah, well, they're playing Pokemon Go with him, for real.
Specifically tags me, Decoy Voice, so I can be sure to see it. But luckily,
I
it looks
hate
like
him.
this not Somalian story is finally coming to an end,
He's
as all the streaming sites
He's harassing a stranger there? That's fucked up.
and all the safe countries ban him one by one. He'll surely return to obscurity, where the internet will quickly forget. But unfortunately for him, no matter where he goes in the world, he'll always run the risks that somebody might still recognize him. And if it's anything like what went down in Korea, he will live the rest of his life looking over his shoulder. But if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted
It's very inappropriate to take pictures or footage of Koreans in public without permissions. I think it should be illegal to take footage or film people even in public spaces. Unfortunately, it is legal.
commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality. Hopefully I've earned your subscription. Then go check out the video about that Korean cowboy that was literally the beginning of the end for him. Johnny Somali brought his nuisance dreams to South Korea, where he started insulting the locals by disrespecting the statues of comfort women and dancing on them to try to recreate that outrage relevance like he did in Japan. So as he and his lame friends annoy the local girls, he suddenly can't even cross the street without local PD tracking him down, as apparently they watch his streams.
It's not even funny, it's literally slop humor. You're just being annoying.
And find him on buses, and locals share footage of his antics.
I really don't like this kind of loud kind of content, like I don't like loud personalities in general.
To show the police. But as nothing really happens after this, one random Korean cowboy takes it upon himself.
Trust me. Yeah, we're gonna have a great night.
Go to Johnny's store, we're gonna have a good time.
Whoa! Whoa!
As a second angle actually shows Johnny getting floored.
Damn! Oh!
No, hell no.
Oh no.
Dang, yo, the fade, he just punched him and fade away.
Back here, boy.
Nah, he's so calm, bro. Oh yeah? He's like, oh, you want me to come back? All right, sure.
It's on camera. It's on camera. It's on camera.
Saying you're getting sued? Dude, he's so pathetic. You're not gonna sue him.
It's on camera. You better get your phone. Yo, give him his phone. Give him his phone.
He just took the phone and now he's gonna throw it. Yo, base.
Give him his phone.
Nothing annoys me more than someone shouting how much they want to fight you while having ample opportunity to fight you despite never actually doing it.
Yeah.
As that Korean cowboy smacked your friend, stole your phone, then tossed it into the street while there's two of you with sticks, only one of him, and you both still did nothing but cry about it.
Why are you walking
Thank
away?
you, Classic Cola.
We got you. Try it again, let's go. Try it again, let's go. Why are you walking away?
Now he don't care about you. He already beat you up once.
Why are you walking away? Let's go. Let's go. Why are you walking away? Look at this motherfucker. We got your face.
This dude's vibing.
I swear to God, try it.
Wait, he took one step towards him and the guy stepped back. He keeps yapping at him. When he finally takes one step towards him, he's like, oh, no.
I swear to God, yeah, walk away. Try it. You tried it. What's up? What's up?
Bro, you got nothing.
What's up? I'll go to jail tonight. What's up? We got your face already. We got your face right now. What's up? Why are you walking away? I swear to God, pull up. I swear to God, I swear to God. Look at the bitch running away.
Should he be crossing the street on a red light?
I swear to God.
So shouting you're a pussy at someone doesn't really work when you're currently being one. He keeps repeating let's go while the guy is going to go wherever he wants, and every time he stops to square up, Johnny immediately backs off.
Yeah.
As saying you're going to do something while doing the exact opposite actually makes me concerned that you have a concussion. And sadly, even his own chat said it too, where everybody was calling them out for being scared, which makes me wonder why they even follow them in the first place. As right after they immediately go into someone please help us.
If I sue him, he has to pay for that, right?
I don't know anything about it.
He hit you. He hit you
It's
too.
all good. It's all
He
good.
hit him too.
Hitting are running away. That's gangster. Like, come on. Since when is that gangster? Hitting are running away. Pull up and square up.
Bro, you're not gangster either.
When a stream starting to hit, like, okay, where you at? Like,
Nigga don't want to fight you though. That's fine.
come on, Chad. That's not gangster. Hitting and running away is not gangster.
1v1. That's all I know.
And I don't think that Korean cowboy is gangsta. I just think he's some dude that's fed up with clout chasers coming into his country and breaking the local social code. But I do have an issue with these two shouting how much they want to F somebody up, then immediately go into, my daddy here is going to help me sue you.
It's still assault.
1,000 to 1,500. You're easily getting 1,000 to 1,500.
Even the police station don't like me?
If this was a Yongsan police station, the cops would literally search the camera right now.
Yes. But my police...
I exactly told you not to come here.
You're right.
There are literally like 10 other places you can stream.
Now, the only thing more pathetic than people panhandling pennies on your live stream of shame is a local Korean that sees this, then desperately runs out of his way to be included in this degeneracy. And the only thing more pathetic than that is including that idiot in your stream who obviously hates you too.
Take okay, I'm helping you with seriously.
Yeah, okay.
Wait,
Yes,
you know
sir.
who I want to beat up? Cardi B.
The rapper.
What?
Yeah.
Why you want to beat her up?
Because that bitch is a bitch ass nigga.
Your friend is up. Are you not worried about me? Like, I'll punch in the eye hand if
You'll be fine then.
And yes, this is a very Korean dude repeatedly shouting the N-word at them, as everybody here hates each other.
I
and
don't
they
get
all
it.
seem to be
Is the Korean dude their friend? Is he trying to help them? He's being really aggressive towards them. He's like shouting at him.
salivating at the idea of streaming each other, ruining their lives forever. Just like Johnny's even sadder spawn has shown he actually hates Johnny too.
I
What?
can't imagine what this
He got left in jail. Johnny left him there.
is going through. He gotta be getting his booty. I'm trying to tell you, oh my god, bro. It's over for this nigga. If they told me to take his clothes, this is never getting out of jail, bro.
And I think that whole laughing at Johnny getting violated in Japanese jail even pissed him off, but somehow that didn't stop them from traveling the world together. And if the only people you can get to hang out with you are people that shout racial slurs at you and laugh about you getting penetrated in prison, I feel sorry for your entire existence on this earth. So even on his Discord, some people said, ban Decoy, as he's gonna do exactly what I did, but later trying to get me back in the chat because in his bizarre reality, he likes what I do. As when he just streams his travels, nobody seems to care.
Yeah, he
But
just
when
want
he baits
attention.
outrage from the internet, he can triple his viewership. So just like he doesn't like the dudes he hangs out with, he doesn't have to like me to want me in this awful internet ecosystem. As the only reason he streams his fatherless behavior
Yeah,
is
all he does is rage bait. Dude needs a father. If he does that kind of stuff in Brazil, he would be microwaved. That's when they put a guy in. Okay, I'm not gonna read that.
get people like me and Moist
Thanks
Critical
for
to
the super
notice
chat.
so we can ride that temporary wave of relevance. But like I've said in every single video before, this is simply not sustainable. The peaks you saw in Japan were, very sad to say, the first of its kind. You recreating that scenario will only seem hollow unless you somehow outdo yourself. And the only way to make bigger waves than today would probably involve getting brain damage.
Yeah, he's an
as his new
attention
business
seeker.
model is getting punched for profit.
Oh my god, yes, Dub.
I'm
You
snitching
we
every
gonna snitch
time.
every time you touch
You
me.
touch me, I'm
yes.
snitching. I don't care.
I'm gonna get that money. I'm gonna get that money. I wish the nigga from yesterday hit me too, so I would have double
That
lawsuit.
BMW, man. Oh
The
my
fuck?
god, that would have been frisky.
And I predicted this would happen over a year ago, that even in the best case scenario, he would gain notoriety for his stupidity. And then everybody that would either randomly see him in the streets or see him on stream and track him down would now see him as this pinata person. But instead of cracking him open for candy, they're taking swings for precious internet fame. As although there may be a lawsuit against that Korean cowboy that smacked him and his friend, I imagine with accounts like Cancel Johnny's, Asian Dawn, and Kang Min Lee, his defense attorneys will be crowdfunded over 1000% of what he'd need. And if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on the live.
Suing YouTubers just makes them more popular. It's it never works. It actually never works.
Happy one.
Yeah. Alright, let's watch a shoe on head video next. But first I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back. Nice, I received my food. My stomach can finally stop gargling now. The stream might get removed due to a clip in that video? No, don't call the glue factory. I'm alive. I was just in a bathroom. Which clip?
1-year anniversary to my male loneliness epidemic video. I'm happy to announce that since that video uploaded, the discourse has greatly improved. People all around the world are taking men's issues more seriously, and the gender war has finally come to an end. Just kidding, everything has gotten worse and nobody has learned anything. From the witches on The View cackling about how men are useless.
Do we need men? Men are useless. I mean...
To women online saying they'd rather be stranded in the woods with—
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that clip. I don't know what The View is. I don't know. Is that even a popular show? Who the fuck watches cable TV anyway?
A bear than a man.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest?
Oh no, not this shit again.
The bear. Bear.
Bro.
It seems that things have gotten more toxic.
I made a video on this and there was so much fucking drama in the comment section. People were so mad and unable to come to a consensus. It was, no.
Than ever,
I'm
and the
having
gender
PTSD.
divide couldn't be any wider, especially politically.
In 2008, 58% of young people leaned Democratic. 2012, 53%. And in the last two major election years, that percentage held steady at 55%. But in 2023, that number dipped below 50% for the first time since 2005. And you'll notice right here, they've started to lean more Republican. And that's partly because of one specific group: young men.
Okay, I know I said I was gonna focus on the gender war and not talk about politics for a while. However, I found a loophole. Politics is talking about gender war. With this election being hailed by the media as the man versus woman election, according to any and all data coming out recently, men all around the world have shifted more right, and women have shifted more left. But women going more left was not the focus of this month's outrage. The outrage, of course, was about men. That's right, we got our yearly, oh no, what is happening to men? Why are they moving to the right freak out? But unlike last year, this freak out isn't solely happening on the internet, no. It's also happening in Washington, D.C.
There are only 46 days until Election Day, and the Harris-Walz campaign is struggling to appeal to a group of voters that could determine the outcome of the election, and that is men.
The Harris campaign is making an aggressive last-minute effort to win over younger male voters.
Am I really gonna make a video criticizing the Democrat Party days before the election? Of course I am! Now before you celebrate or grab your pitchforks, this is not a pro-Trump video. This is a do better video. This is a mommy's not mad, she's disappointed video.
Mommy's not mad, she's disappointed. If it was between Charlie and the bear, bear wins. Okay, Charlie. Yeah, we knew that. I think between a man and a bear, the bear will always win though, unless the man has a gun, right? Or like some kind of weapon. A fist fight against a bear is always gonna be favored to the bear, I'm pretty sure. Wasn't there like a dude? Wasn't there a dude that like loved bears and he made videos about bears? And, you know, he wanted to live with them. They were like, you know, he thought he was one of them and stuff. And then one night he slept there and he got devoured by them. Yeah, the grizzly man, he got devoured by them. And apparently there's like an audio footage of that. And it's like atrocious. It's super gore. Oh yeah, true, Charlie. Him and his girlfriend, I didn't know his girlfriend too, but yeah, he was ripped apart. It was a slow, excruciating death. It was the worst death somebody could imagine, probably. One of the worst deaths.
Actually, I lied. Mommy's pretty mad. In this video, I am going to be addressing the Democrats' so-called man problem, the recent discourse about men moving right, the last-minute pandering the Democratic Party is doing to get them back, what they could be doing instead, and of course, going over some terrible opinions. Not my opinions. I have never had a bad opinion in my life. Except that one opinion. We don't talk.
But how do we know that? No one was there to bear witness. You're so dumb.
About that one opinion. In a world where it seems like everything men do and like is toxic, from
he got 8 for a long time. Yeah, exactly. So, no, I think it was removed from the internet, but there's probably some hidden footage you can find somewhere. It's too violent to be on YouTube or some shit.
Eating meat to working out to even having a beard.
Gym bro.
Oh wait, that reminds me. Before we get into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's video sponsor, Henson Shaving. If you've used a multi-blade razor, you're probably familiar with this story. Irritation, razor burns, and maybe even ingrown hair. Studies show 2/3 of men experience some form of irritation after shaving. It's something they just expect at this point. They deal with overpressed blades, irritated skin,
the sun bear's
and
funny
think that's
looking.
just the way it has to be. Until now. Henson Shaving is on a mission to improve shaving with real innovation and a focus on your skin's health. Their razors are made with solid aluminum, making them not only durable, but environmentally friendly.
This is such a fancy looking razor.
Too. There's no plastic involved at all, even in the packaging. And the blades are fully recyclable. What really sets Henson apart is their engineering, with their Henson AL13 safety razor being manufactured in an aerospace machine shop that built parts for the International Space Station. This precision allows the blade to extend just 1/1000th of an inch beyond the shave plane, less than the thickness of a human hair. The razor prevents any bouncing or skipping, resulting in an irritation-free shave every time. Henson even partnered with a medical imaging startup, and results indicated that the Henson AL13 razor significantly reduces razor burn in comparison to conventional multi-blade razors. Since I switched to using Henson as my go-to razor brand, my shaves have been more silky and smooth.
Yeah, for real, this is a razor made by the elves of Gondor, and this is the most high-tech razor I've ever seen.
Than ever. No more burns or cuts, just a close shave that feels amazing. In other words, no more leg beard. The best part is, once you invest in a Henson razor, it's a lifetime purchase. The only thing you need to repurchase are the blades, which only cost 10 cents each. 10 cents. So once you own a Henson razor, you'll only be spending $3 to $5 a year on blades, compared to the ongoing cost of buying those expensive plastic cartridges. Henson store offers a variety of colors, so you can pick the razor that best fits your style. So head over to hensonshaving.com/shoe and use my special discount SHOE at checkout to get 100 blades for free.
Yeah, it probably also glows in the dark when there's orcs nearby.
With your purchase of a Henson razor. Your skin and your environment will thank you. Big thank you to Henson for sponsoring this video, and thank you for not skipping the ad. You didn't skip the ad, right? And now, let's get back to the video. If you are a regular viewer to the Shoe on Head channel, first of all, I'm sorry. But also, you know by now, I have been documenting the internet and society in general's growing and widely accepted hatred of men. This has been happening for a very long time. And if you dare spoke up about it, you were called an incel or a pick-me, depending on your gender. But seemingly, almost out of nowhere, there has been a change of heart.
You know, I think men are in crisis, actually, in this country. I think that plays out different ways, but I think we need to...
I feel like the discourse on men being in crisis, I don't know when this clip was taken, but maybe it's because I'm online more and I've been following it more, but I've started hearing about it for like a year or two now, at least. Yeah, people, I think... I mean, I've been aware that there's been a lot of issues on the men's side, and suicide rates have been going up very dramatically, and it's very concerning.
Have a real conversation about that.
Wow, that's interesting. Mainstream media talking about this? I wonder why they care so much now. Democrats fear...
maybe it's mainstream media hadn't picked up on it. Real Chad's shave with kitchen knife. Don't do that to your skin, bro.
Harris losing too many male voters to Trump. Oh. Signs have been mounting that, for the first time in recent decades, Democrats may lose majority support from young men in 2024. The risk to Democrats is that this is not just a one-time fluke, but an indication of growing trouble with men in coming elections. Democrats can celebrate the support they are getting from young women, but they also need to take the disaffection of young men seriously, engage them directly, and respond to the visions of manhood and masculinity that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are offering. Alright, Kamala, you got 2 weeks to reverse anti-male propaganda and resentment fueled by our government, media, and institutions. How you gonna do it? Harris campaign creating space for white dudes. Oh, that's a great idea. I mean, a little too late, but I'm glad you're finally doing to be honest about role in history. Oh. It's always a space for white men to talk about how much they suck.
What made you start this group, White Dudes for Harris? And I suspect some of it has to do with the polling.
Yeah, for far too long, the left has essentially ceded white men to the MAGA right. There's large parts of the left who have gone out of their way to alienate white men over the last couple of years. And that's understandable in many ways. We decided that we wanted to create space for white men to be a part of electing Vice President Harris.
At the top of the call, White Dudes for Harris organizer Ross Morales Roquito said he wanted to address what he called the elephant in the room, criticism surrounding an event organized for white men given the country's history of racism. A lot of people felt uncomfortable about the call, he said. Throughout American history, when white men organized, it was often with pointy hats on. They can't even have their gay little Zoom call where they circle jerk about hating themselves without their own movement going, yikes!
Yo, Dev. Oh, funny enough, we're watching a video that's in your kind of content. Although I feel like I don't really understand much of the American politics right now. A space that exists until the election ends.
Bunch of
We'll
white
see.
males in one space? Seems kind of like the KKK. Black people can have their little groups and that's fine, but if a bunch of white people get together, well, that's just called BreadTube. Never mind.
Oh, that's
White
a video I wanted
Dudes
to
for
watch.
Harris. I mean, she's doing.
Do you guys remember one of the first video we watched on Shoe on the Head? There was like this weird crime channel dude that like spurged out on Wendigoon. This guy's back, and I wanted to watch a video on that, but just remind me after.
Pretty bad with Latinos too. What's next? Hombres con Harris?
Yeah, in Praise of Shadows. Yeah,
So
yeah,
basically, men are leaving the Democratic Party in droves, and it's not looking too good for the Democrats. So it wasn't long until everyone's favorite discourse hit Twitter again. If Kamala loses, which is very possible, there needs to be a real discussion about how Democrats speak to and reach young men. If Kamala loses. If she wins, there doesn't have to be discussion. We shouldn't change anything. Clearly, we're doing everything right. To be clear, I'm not saying we need to worry about women less or change any positions. I'm saying the polling around young men is concerning, and if it turns out to be true, we need to have a discussion about how condescending we are coming off to a huge part of the electorate.
Yeah.
To be clear, I'm not saying we have to change anything, I'm just wondering why men aren't voting for us. What? I am gonna regret posting this so hard. And oh boy did he.
Yeah.
The replies were insane, to
He
say the
probably
least.
did.
I must admit, I cringed reading most of this. I feel that one thing you didn't address is the systemic entitlement bestowed upon white men in the US. That sense of entitlement, that privilege they felt for eternity, is eroding. Systemic entitlement they have felt.
Okay, the bad comments are coming from his side. I don't know. I should have seen this coming. My bad. I thought there were gonna be people pushing back against other things, but no, never mind. Just play the video.
They're like 22 years old. The f do you mean eternity? Who is this like 200-year-old man? So young men are snowflakes with hurt fifis because they're not the center of attention anymore. Got it. So are they poor little snow?
The white man thing is really an Uki Violetta thing. I miss when people used to use the word men to signify humanity. Like in the books I'm reading, you know, the philosophy of man, it just means like humans, like everybody. But now it's gotta be segregated into two genders, and there's a gender war and all of that.
snowflakes, boo-hoo, or are they scary fascists that are gonna turn America into the Handmaid's Tale? Because they can't be both. You either care about the future, or you don't. You cannot simultaneously hand-wave away men moving to fascism, but also fearmonger about it. Hi, man here. Maybe men just need to stop being absolute pieces of dog shit. It seems like the easiest thing to do, right? I don't feel alienated or uncomfortable with democratic messaging because I'm not a complete wannabe fascist cheese dick incel loser who thinks he's the good guy. Reddit and its consequences have been a disaster
to unpack
for the
in that
male
comment.
race. They just need to get off their asses, stop playing video games, and get real jobs. First of all, what real jobs? These guys are coming out of college with useless diplomas and there are no jobs. Also, what an out-of-touch boomer-ass take. Get off your ass and stop playing those video games from the generation who watches TV 24/7. I don't want to hear it. Tell them to get therapy. Tell them whatever you told or gave to women in the 1950s. They made
Alright, I don't know how political this video is, and okay, maybe I should wait a little bit to do this take, but I feel like the people responding like this with a lot of hatred to the other gender or towards men is what's pushing them towards you know, the circles where they feel like they're going to be empowered there, like the manosphere, which was popular, you know, in the last few years. And I mean, probably the right. I don't know if the right is really doing much more than, I don't know, not sure. But there's definitely some values that are attributed. I guess the right is more conservative, and the left, people associate that with feminism and stuff. Now, about feminism, I really think it's a movement that got hijacked. And now it just sounds cringe when somebody talks about feminism. My ideas of feminism are probably different than what most people would call feminism.
made this bed, let them sleep alone in it. Or be f***ing better men. Any other group of people and it's, oh, boo-hoo, poor baby. Let me
Yeah, a lot of social movements got hijacked to the point where it's like super cringe, and like every time you mention it, you gotta explain yourself. No, but you know, I don't actually believe all these things, and you gotta explain everything. It's so annoying. Douglas Diaz, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
Wire all of society so your feelings aren't hurt. And then with men, it's get therapy. Be f***ing better. While there is truth in messaging needs to be better from Democrats as a whole, I reject that telling young men they need to be better is the problem.
First and second wave feminism were good. Third and later got worse over time. Depends. I mean, I watched like a master class and they were talking about feminism issues, but there was like this one activist from the 70s there. It's like super old, but she was very wise. She was like kind of a hippie. And then there was like this young girl, and they had very interesting conversations, and it wasn't like cringe takes like we usually hear lately online. And I was like, wow, that's a refreshing take on feminism. We need more of these rational takes and less of the unhinged stuff. It's giving everybody a bad name. Lord Rexworth, thank you for the Twitch sub. Welcome, welcome.
They are trash in their nature, and if they can't do the work to not be toxic waste of seed, that's on them.
Have you watched Jordan Peterson? I've heard bits of him, but not all of his takes, because he has a lot of takes, and I think it's the kind of guy that started more centrist, but then he became brain broken from all the vitriol he received, and now he became more pushed and pushed and more pushed towards the right. That's the thing, is like, even the people that are on the left, they get flamed by their own side, and it turns them off to their cause, and it like pushes them towards the right slowly but surely. Clean your room, Rima? Right now it's my kitchen that needs to be cleaned.
Vote for my team, by the way. We may not want to hear it, but this is what the data reflects. There is a massive loneliness epidemic in this country, which is disproportionately affecting men.
Yeah.
Instead of calling them incels or mocking them, we
Yes!
should be willing to hear out their concerns.
Wait, this is a good take. Why is this here? Isn't this true? Dr. No. Sorry, I always confuse the two doctors. Dr. K had an interesting take on men, and it went viral, I think, 2 months ago, about men's suicide and stuff. We can take a look at it later. It was very insightful.
Wow, a surprisingly good tweet in a sea of bullshit.
Oh,
Nice
okay,
to see.
bro, she's saying the same thing as me.
I could be wrong, but I'm assuming you're a straight white man, so yeah.
Thank you for the 5,000 bits. Thank you. And thank you for the 5 bits. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, go do something about it. Why are you guys bothering the rest of us with this? I can't figure it out. Because I would like for Democrats to win the election. Why do you care about men suffering? Because I want to win the election. Amazing. This is the issue right here. Start seeing men as people and not numbers in polls. That is step 1. You can't even do step 1. Anyway, there were thousands of these kind of tweets in response to this guy. You get it. We've seen it all before. If I went through all of them, this video would be 3 hours long. White dudes for Harris wasn't the only strange attempt the Democrats threw out at the last second to get the male vote.
Hey, white dudes. So, I think we're all pretty sick of hearing how much we suck. Every time you go online, it's the same story. We're the problem. And yeah, some white dudes are. Trump and all his MAGA buddies are out there making it worse.
Wow. I'm glad we don't watch TV and I don't see ads like that. In fact, I rarely see ads.
Are you f***ing kidding me? Years of these people saying men suck and are the problem, and now they're like, hey fellow men, are you sick of being told you suck and are the problem? The audacity! Apparently, Kamala Harris has a secret weapon to win over male voters.
Kamala Harris is turning to her running mate, Tim Walz, hoping he is the secret weapon who can chip away at Donald Trump's support from men.
Much like how Trump chose Pence to win over the more establishment Republican voters, Kamala seems to have chosen Tim Walz to try and win over the white male vote. And boy are they trying. Now, I don't hate Tim Walz. In fact, I was pleasantly surprised when they chose him over Josh Shapiro. I like a lot of his policies, like his universal school lunch policy. That's an amazing policy. You'd have to be an insane freak to disagree with that. Or a libertarian. But I repeat myself. And there were a few times where he was speaking where I completely forgot he was running to be Kamala's VP and not president himself. And he actually brought a lot of energy to the Democratic stage for once. So what the f was this? Putting out a bunch of ads of Tim Walz changing the air filter in a car, clumsily shooting a gun, and drawing a political football play-by-play. Trotting out Walz like some kind of minstrel show of a white man. Like a man dressing up like a man for Halloween. You don't gotta do all this, bro, I promise you. And they don't shy away about how that's exactly what they are trying to do. Tim Walz is clearly a Midwest man's man, but he's the antidote to toxic MAGA masculinity. Despite his typically masculine resume as a Midwestern football coach and veteran, Walz is utilizing those qualities to push forward a more progressive, compassion-based form of masculinity.
Why is masculinity thrown in there so much? Do men really want to be masculine? Like, when you guys think about like what you want to do in life, you're like, oh my god, I want to be more masculine. I don't tell myself that I want to be more feminine. Isn't that what, like, the manosphere tells? Like, be a masculine, not viral. Virile. You know what I mean? Sneaky Cats, thank you for the Akasupa. Yeah, and I don't even think women necessarily want masculine men. I mean, some do for sure. Some like twink boys.
The vice president is understanding that you are just
Thank
that.
you, Sneaky.
Someone who is there to aid and support the president. Walz simply being there on the ticket with a woman and taking a back seat to his running mate, Vice President Kamala Harris, is him embracing his leadership role in a positive, masculine way. Football coach and cheerleader. How Tim Walz...
This article is a paid actor. It's a plant. Like, what the fuck was that?
Walz is defining masculinity. Amy Deal, a sexism researcher and author of the 2023 book Glass Walls, told USA Today that men like Walls who are intentional about rejecting traits and beliefs commonly dubbed as toxic masculinity are the tonic to harmful stigma associated with expectations of men and boys. He shows you can be masculine but also not threatened by women as equals or women who are in positions of power. In fact, you can be cheerleaders for them. Notice the common theme here: taking a back seat, cheerleading. Like 5 different articles I read specifically use this word cheerleading. Even a few about Kamala.
I feel that's gonna trigger people for sure. This is the worst PR I've ever heard. I just want to make a disclaimer here. I don't know when or what, like, when did the Democrat Party got associated so much with anti-man movement? Wasn't it supposed to be just a party that's like progressive? I feel like progress should include everybody, doesn't it? And it's like, honestly, I don't want to generalize everybody, but to me, it just the most outcry that I see of this cis white male bullshit, it's always from like Twitter cringe lords or some content creators that are like overly on the left. Oh, you guys think it's from Gamergate? I didn't really follow the Gamergate stuff. That could be a good theory. I'm swapping my truck from automatic to manual. Does that make it transmission gendered? Manual is definitely more masculine. Apparently, I don't know. I only drive automatic. What's the point of driving manual? It's like having to press 5 buttons to do what one can do.
Harris's husband, Doug. God knows we need an antidote for all the lousy men in the news, and I think I found one. A lovable goofball who is happy to cheerlead for his wife, the vice president of the
I want to believe that there is still a place in the Democratic Party for rational, more centrist individuals, such as me. Because most of my beliefs are Democrat. I mean, okay, I'm not American, full TLDR. But, and I think you guys know that, but I don't want the left to be completely hijacked by the cringe lords extremists, okay? I'm not gonna let them do it. So I'm gonna keep on speaking up as a rational individual that wants everybody to be happy in the end.
US. Thank God for Doug Emhoff. Successful guys can support their wives
Too
and
late.
be respected. You don't have to be the quarterback to play the game at an elite level. Emhoff and his breed of dudes who are giving it their best shot may never be as come hither to lost young men as the militant Andrew Tate models of manhood, but they are out there, and, not unlike good husbands, will appear when they are needed. From the outside looking in, the right promises young men a return to the good times.
Why don't they make a new party? That's what I'm wondering. Why don't they make just a centrist party? Do they have that? Wait, Rima is an American? I was lied to. Why am I watching that? Don't worry, you'll be soon. Hey, the annexation of Canada won't be happening. Not in my timeline. They've tried many times and failed. But the two-party system, well, okay, I know there's other parties, but they're just not popular, right? But why do people always vote for the same 2 ones then if everybody's annoyed that there's like only 2 very strong parties and they're like ideologically opposed? Like it forces them to be ideologically opposed, I feel. Do they just not have the funding, or like they don't have enough clout? Okay, yeah. They're not opposed, but they feel opposed in a lot of ways, at least from an outsider perspective.
Of the glorious past. You know, the one your grandfather had. The Coca-Cola ad rose-tinted version of the past. Back when you can afford a house and support a family on one income. While the left, which historically, in my opinion, had the policies to make that happen, are instead trying to sell men a vision of the future. And well, the future is female. A future where you're no longer playing the game, men. You're on the sidelines being a cheerleader. Doesn't that just sound so exciting? Like, what the hell is going on inside these—
Bro, I'm pretty sure most women don't want that either. Like, what the fuck? I swear to God, most women don't want to just have to do everything on their own and have a dude cheering for them in the back.
DNC consultant meetings. I really gotta know.
Does anyone have any ideas on how to appeal to young men? And please, for the love of God, do not say we have to offer them anything or change in any way.
Yo, she looks great with that red-haired wig.
What? Camo hats.
Work harder, Rima. You need to support your house husbando. We need the Hatsune Miku made for that.
Did that. Vasectomy bus. We did that. Have you perhaps tried nagging them? Yes, we've been doing that. Sick. You know that whole male loneliness epidemic thing? Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Oh yeah.
A really nice place. Have you been
Yeah,
here
it's
before?
almost like we should all work as a team, golly.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite spots. I bring everybody here.
I said not go on a lot of dates, but...
Hey men, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, women won't fuck you. Brilliant. Young men should know that if you vote for Trump, you're basically never going to get laid. I mean, is it incorrect? Don't think so. Trump gives girls the ick. Vote Harris, get laid. They are not beating the pretending to be progressive to get laid allegations with this one. Literally just endorsing woke fishing. When men pretend to be more progressive on dating apps to get laid. Do not do this, by the way. Be open and honest about your opinions. And no, you cannot fix them. Also, pretty weird and like low-key sexist to imply like women are some prize for voting the correct way. Hey, and if all else fails, go after the Gooner vote.
No, not the Gooner vote.
Oh! Sorry, you can't do that.
Wait,
what the hell, man? How'd you get in here?
I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we're banning porn nationwide.
They would never do that, what?
I'm sorry,
There would be a national outcry if they banned porn. I have never ever seen an election ad before today. Wow. Dude, America is cooked. You guys have to watch those things?
Love this ad. The one time they speak to men directly, and it's, hey men, the
Goon
Republicans
camp,
are gonna
hashtag.
take away one of the only vices you use to numb the pain. So vote for us. Bleak. Just the absolute state of the world right now. Also, was that Germa? Believe it or not.
Yeah, if they banned porn, California would riot. Like, isn't all the porn filmed in LA? Nah. That would never fly. Never.
This wasn't the worst of it.
I'm a man.
I'm a man.
I'm a man,
And I'm man enough.
I'm man enough
Stop.
to enjoy a barrel-proof bourbon.
Neat. Man enough to cook my steak rare.
You think I'm afraid to rebuild a carburetor? I eat carbureted.
Man enough to cook my steak rare. There's no other way to cook a steak. What? Wait, what? Do people eat their steaks well cooked? That is blasphemy.
For breakfast. I'll tell you another thing I sure as shit am not afraid of. Women.
When I first saw this, I thought it was a parody created by Republicans to make fun of how
Well
hard the
done
Democratic
steak.
Party is.
I hate you. You guys like well done steak? Yeah, medium rare is the best. Winter, welcome to the cute squad. Medium rare is best. Well done steak is awful. Do you guys like eating leather? That's basically what you're eating.
Trying to pander to men to get their vote.
Blood is
but alas.
I love women.
I love women who support their families.
Women who decide not to have families.
Women who take charge.
And I'm man enough to help them win.
Everything from them directed towards men has to have like this tone of irony or self-deprecation.
It's more like the problem is because of like that there's a lot of cringe people in the left that they have to tiptoe around so many things when they're giving a speech, because if not, some people will get offended. Then they come off like the right-wing people, you know, they can be more brazen and more bashful and sometimes even say shocking stuff, but they come out as more charismatic because they don't have to play this whole game of tiptoeing around things and and the disclaimers, and it just comes off as cringe and fake, and people can feel that. She just fell off. Well done, like a brick. What? King Lugia, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you. Yeah, the briskets have to be cooked low and slow, for sure. Yeah, why aren't any of these ads addressing like big issues in policy?
Deprecation. They can't even do it sincerely.
Oh, bashful is the opposite of brazen? Hold up. Am I using the right words here? I think you guys know what I'm trying to say.
But apparently, white men aren't the only demographic Kamala is struggling with.
This is the Democratic margin among black men under the age of 45 in presidential elections. You go back to November of 2012, what do you see? You see Obama by 81. Clinton only won him by 63. Then we're all the way down to Biden last time around by 53. A tremendous drop already. And then you take a look at the average of the most recent polls, and Kamala Harris is up by only 41 points.
Democrats deployed their ultimate weapon, Barack Obama. At a campaign stump for Harris on Thursday in Pittsburgh, Obama said that despite Harris raising upward of $1 billion, we have yet to see the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. That lag in energy, he added, appears, quote, to be more pronounced with the brothers. You're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses. I've got a problem with that, he said, because part of it makes me think, and I'm speaking to men directly.
No, both parties never talk about politics. I think when you start going into I think they figured out that like when they start going into the very detailed arguments and the fact, people don't cling to that. Like they remember emotions and like very simple arguments, and most people already decided who they wanted to vote for. So what's the point, I guess?
Part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman for president, and you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that. Once again, their only tactic seems to be getting in a man's face and going, tisk tisk bad boy. Like a dog that just peed on the carpet. It's not 2014 anymore, Barack. Nobody cares about sexism, motherfucker. We can't afford groceries. What's crazy is, as far as I know, Kamala herself has never played the woman card. She has never played the sexism card. In fact,
she shouldn't. She shouldn't. It's never gonna look good. It's never gonna look good. Like, it's true we don't know if America is ready to elect like a female president, for sure, but she should never mention it herself. She's just gonna look like she's trying to like victimize herself. She needs, if she wants to be treated with respect, she's got to run like she's any other argument, and what's in your pants shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter at all. Like, it shouldn't be part of the discussion. It should just be about what you can bring to the table, what you can do for the people.
In fact, she actively pushes against it.
You've been reluctant to lean into, to talk about the historic nature of your candidacy on the campaign trail. Why is that?
Well, I'm clearly a woman. I don't need to point that out to anyone. The point that most people really care about is, can we do the job? And do you have a plan to actually focus on them?
I was proud. It's like they finally learned from Hillary Clinton's failure. But that didn't stop the media or Barack Obama from doing it for her. Thanks, Obama. For all the Zoomers, thanks, Obama was a meme in like 2008. Yeah. It was funny back then. That would have slapped.
I don't know about that
While I was writing
meme.
this video, Kamala and Gretchen Whitmer were getting ready to film a video at a bar together when Kamala was apparently caught on.
Did Hillary Clinton play that card? I feel it's probably because no one believed that Hillary Clinton was indeed a woman. Everybody thought she was like an alien masquerading as a human or some shit for real.
Hot mic saying this.
Yeah. Oh, we have microphones and I'm just listening to everything. I didn't realize that. Okay. Yeah. So, well,
You'll
now you
bleep
tell
my
us.
F words.
We just told all the family secrets. Shit.
We need to move ground with men, so what we're gonna do is pretend to drink beer at a bar. Men like beer, right?
Cheers.
Just talk about policy. Just be yourself. Just listen to men and what they want. Kamala, all you gotta do is talk. Actually, no, now that I think about it, that might make it worse. Put Tim Walz out there, okay? Let Tim Walz do the talking. Don't dress him up as a man. You wanna know how to speak to men? Go to where they are. A good place to speak to young men is the Joe Rogan podcast, which Kamala hinted at going on, but then that never happened, and instead Trump went on, and that episode hit like 20 million views in a day.
Oh, really?
But, like, can you blame her? Joe Rogan is just one of the most popular podcasts in the world with a majority young male audience. I hate it here. Every time this
I don't know much. Why do people like Joe Rogan? Do you guys watch his podcast? Is he like a what does he talk about? Like what does he do? He's funny, good convos. Is he like political or is he just he talks about anything? I heard that he was like conspiracy theorist or something. Now, some people associate conspiracy theories with the right, but I don't. I really think I've met conspiracy theorists that were on the right and the left. It's just okay. It's a podcast on anything. That's what I wanted to know. All right, thank you.
topic comes up, so does the topic of like Andrew
Okay.
Tate, Jordan Peterson,
Cool.
internet algorithms, Gamergate.
Oh, wait, that sounds like that's a good podcast actually.
Whatever.
There is a massive amount of right.
He's a meathead, but he has simple takes and honest in his talks. If he's beat, then he'll admit it. Oh, okay. I can see how that's charismatic, and I can see how people would like that. He's very authentic. Okay. This whole video, that's the clip that she's gonna play now. This is what I was thinking about during this video.
Right-wing radicalization that has been occurring, especially in younger male spaces, any hobbies whatsoever, whether it's playing video games, whether it's working out, whether it's, I don't know, listening to like a history podcast or whatever, everything that they see is right-wing sentiment being expressed by individuals that they find charismatic.
But you can only blame internet algorithms for so much for so long. This automatic assumption that any dissent from liberal mainstream thought could only be caused by manipulation or brainwashing from podcasters is honestly a cope, in my opinion, and just an easy excuse for failing to reach anyone beyond your own subreddit. As if this all wasn't the result of like a stagnant neoliberal corpo hell world that created a vacuum that was just waiting to be filled with any kind of populism. The crazy thing is, the Democratic Party did have a candidate who successfully spoke to the demographic that they are currently trying so hard to reach. His name was Bernie Sanders. And every time he did speak to that demographic, or say he was concerned that the Democratic Party didn't do enough to speak to that demographic, he was called a sexist, a racist, he was backstabbed multiple times, and cheated.
That's what I'm talking about. The infighting is too much. And, you know, the purity testing. Really annoying thing that's ruining the left.
out of winning the Democratic primaries. His fans were called Bernie bros and constantly berated as sexists and misogynists. His campaign was too white and too male, and this apparently was a top priority to remedy in future campaigns. We were told he was just like Trump and, quote, appealed to angry white men. Well, 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 who's trying to appeal to angry white men now, bitch? It's almost like Bernie's hyper-focus on working-class issues, bread-and-butter issues, and populism was naturally attractive to men. No football or beer required. I miss him. And you know what? Maybe this shift with young men has less to do with who's holding the football and more of what happens when the DNC spends all their time and energy trashing the little bit of populism in their movement. And if you ask me, handing conservatives a monopoly on anti-establishment rhetoric on a silver platter was probably their first mistake. They kind of gave up on that bread and butter New Deal stuff.
This election is very, very emotionally charged. When is it gonna end? It's soon, right? 2 weeks?
For identity politics, and if you deny this, you are either lying or coping. The physical manifestation of the left has gone from the
2
vision
days.
of the blue-collar union
Wow.
worker.
Wait, it's in 2 days. Oh my god, it's so soon. Wow. Wow. Cool. I hope nothing crazy is gonna happen. Stay safe out there. I don't think they will, but, you know, just in case.
To a nagging, scolding fat woman with blue hair, barging into everyone's spaces and culturally colonizing them. Change this, change that. I don't like this, I don't like that. It's just incredible for me to witness.
I'd accept Rima's dictatorship. Well, listen, if I do ever become elected, it won't be by vote. It'll be by force. I'm joking. For legal reasons, this is a joke. I have been hibernating. I'm like Hiwa. I'm like, my, you know, third eye has been dormant. And I've been hibernating for 100 years. But when I wake up, I'll be almighty.
Years of anti-male
Bro,
rhetoric
Matt,
finally
thank you for
come
the
back
sub.
to bite the left and Democrats in the ass. Watching these chickens come home to roost has just been both incredibly depressing and deliciously vindicating to me in a sick way, and I'm not sure if I should lend out a helping hand or Mufasa them off this cliff. Some Democrats are nervous the party was too late to realize the problem. These Democrats worry that the party has focused too much on courting women voters, LGBTQ voters, and culturally progressive voters, alienating too many men in the process. There's a recognition that we're losing men, and the things we're doing around men haven't been working. I think a lot of it is a reaction to social progressivism done the wrong way, says David Hogg. Young men, he says, feel like progressives look down on them for saying the wrong thing, even when it's a mistake. That discomfort is enough to drive them away from the Democratic Party, even if they don't necessarily agree with Republicans. They would rather be around someone they don't agree with who doesn't judge them, than somebody they do agree with who judges them constantly.
Oh yeah. Okay, that's the big thing I wanted to touch on. No one, I've said it before, no one likes to feel like they're being talked down to or they're being condescending. There's a degree of like, oh, like, you know, I'll give somebody a fair shake, or there's some degree of like tough love that you need to give to people, like, hello, reality check. But besides that, no one wants to feel like they're constantly being put down. Yeah. So no one wants to feel like they're constantly being judged. That last line really resonated with me. And yeah, I feel like most people would rather be with people that they disagree with than with people who judge them constantly.
Men aren't moving right because they are choosing fascism. They are moving right because the left made them the villains in their anime fan fiction. It's not that they all like Trump. It's that they all hate you, and no amount of camo hats is going to fix that. But do not get it twisted. I do not in any way, shape, or form believe the GOP is going to help men. I don't think they're going to help anyone. except maybe Israel. Do I think all of the left is some hyper woke fat lady wagging her finger in men's faces like no fun allowed? No. If I did, I wouldn't call myself left-wing. I'm not a Democrat, I'm a registered independent. But the Democratic Party is historically better on policy, and despite their messaging, even when it comes to helping men. Healthcare, higher wages, paid family leave, labor protection, social security, things Republicans have always fought against. And I think that's why this is extra frustrating to me. I don't say this with any love for the Republican Party. In fact, if anything, I say it with love for the Democratic Party. I fucking hate them, but deep down, I wish they could be better. I'm doing this for your own good.
Even I, like, you know, I'd say most of my politics are left, but every time I get criticism online, it's always from the left. It's never from the right. You know, and I'm not the only content creators who've said that. I'm not the only content creator who said that. Even ContraPoint, she's a very progressive, democratic, you know, YouTuber, and she does talk sometimes about politics on her channel, although not really. Like, I think she does more like culture takes. But she said that, you know, they asked her, you started your channel criticizing the right, and lately you've been mostly criticizing the left. Why is that? And she's like, well, this is the side that's been criticizing me the most, and it's hard to ignore the person that's constantly screaming at you. And she's very right about that. Anyway, fix the left, please.
Shh. Go sleep, shh. Go sleep, I love you, go sleep, shh. I just hope that whether—
Is she holding the pillow on us? Just be centralist? It's called a centrist.
Kamala wins or loses, the party can take a step back and evaluate what they're doing wrong. Because I don't think the Democratic Party should be the party for the gays and women. I think the Democratic Party should be the party for everyone, including angry white men. So in your opinion, what could the Democratic Party do to win back young men? Can they do anything? Are they fucked? To me, it might take decades of work to fix the culture, the rot that infests the progressive ideology.
I think these kind of progressive ideologies, I might be off on that, I think that it's starting on social media. Not gonna lie. I feel like the young people are very radical. I know. Dude, I sound so old when I say young people. I swear I'm not that old, okay? But I've noticed, like, when I think about my teens and what we were dreaming about and what we were angry about and what we were talking about, we weren't talking about these things. We wanted a more fair world, sure. We wanted a world without injustice, but we weren't screaming at other people to do it. You know, we wanted a more beautiful world, but we weren't going on social media saying things like, if he doesn't do that to you, then he doesn't deserve you, then dump him and then do that and do that. It's such a harsh generation. They're so cutthroat, and I don't know why. I call them the ghost generation. It's like, oh, you do something that I don't like, ghost. You do something I don't like, block. Because they've grown up on social media. They're used to having the block button so handy. They think you can block people IRL, but it doesn't work like that. You gotta work with other people. You gotta work with what you have. You gotta put what's the expression? Put water in your drink? No, that's not it. I can't think about it, but it's like, it's about making concessions and making consensus. You know, you make concessions so you can agree on things. But they have this all for or nothing attitude about everything. And mix water with oil. And I see this mentality on both sides. It's very, very extreme. Compromise. Thank you, Eater. You're always coming in clutch. Have you caught the news about Ilia Stellaria? Who? Sorry, I don't know. No, I just looked at my Discord to see if anybody had messaged me, and I don't have that news. The problems have always been around, but it's amplified them, and because people are talking about it so much, it's being repeated a lot. Like before, I feel like, you know, there was some kind of separation between online activists and IRL. You wouldn't meet them so much, but now it's like seeping into IRL too much. Oh, Ilya from VDeer, she's graduating? Yeah, I saw that.
It is going to take a lot of work to fix, but I think it's worth it, not just for the Democrats.
VDeer is a group. It's a group. It's not like it's not a talent agency. Yeah, it's not really a graduation. She's just leaving VDeer.
Party's sake, but just for society's sake. If you like this video, please consider donating to my Patreon, link down below. It really helps the channel out, and I appreciate it so much. Also, thank you for 2 million subscribers. That's insane. And I will see you guys with a new video soon. Bye!
Shoe on head video all. The man problem, why are men moving right? I feel like this video was probably prompted by the Hassan clip, honestly. He's like, ooh, I wonder why. Well, here's why, Hassan. Here's why. Trying to get men to vote using football and beer is like trying to get women to vote with margaritas and serial killer documentaries. Not everyone's an alcoholic sports fan. True. That is so true. It's like, let's appeal to the men with the most stereotypical things we can think of. Facepalm. Just facepalm moment. Yeah, you used to be able to see BS online and not affect you IRL. I think the elections has probably a lot to play in it. Maybe we don't see it because we're in it. Maybe things will calm down after, I don't know. Or maybe it's going to be like real estate and it's just gonna keep on climbing. Alright, let's watch something more chill now, more relaxing, not so politically charged.
The cheek-to-cheek smile combined.
Stop! Okay. What do we want to watch? Okay, so I got a lot of options. We got the Muujin video why Twitch and its CEO are currently in massive trouble, and it's kind of like summarizing the whole Twitch thing. Twitch is imploding, the downward spiral by upper echelon. This one we've seen. Game of Clones, that's one of you guys submitted that video. It's how everybody's trying to copy the success of Game of Thrones. China's Web Junkie. That's an internet addiction documentary. It seemed interesting. Pope Fights, the pornocracy, it's really called that. Strangers Rank Their Intelligence, it's a Jubilee video. Explaining the Bro Code by Professor Lando. How to Survive a Kangaroo Attack. Funnily enough, I was actually looking on how to survive a kangaroo attack, so I actually want to play that. Popular versus unpopular girl having school lunch together. This one keeps popping up on my feed. I was like, okay, fine, I'll watch it. I'll fucking watch it. This one we watched. Setups that were never paid off in Naruto. It's like all the plot points that never were realized. This video had like millions of views, so I assume it's good. 2023 hentai in a nutshell, and the ultimate disturbing vile anime fans iceberg. Or we can watch the real American Psycho Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is weird, guys. Tom Cruise is weird. He's like into that whole Scientology thing, and I wanted to learn more about this whole Scientology bullshit. Bro code sounds cool. All right, you guys want to watch the bro code? Let's watch that.
What are we talking about today? The bro code. What are the specifics of it? What are we really talking about? But before we get into that, I'd like to thank the sponsor for today's class, Atlas VPN. What is a VPN and
Atlas
why
VPN
do
sponsor
I need
me.
one? Atlas VPN is a
My VPN
virtual
ran out.
private network that makes all of your internet traffic travel through an encrypted tunnel. What this encrypted tunnel does is protect you from what exactly? Spying, public Wi-Fi dangers, and it hides your IP address and online activities from.
Good choice of music. Thank you, Potato King. Oh wait, I'm super behind on this. Rima, will you be chat's wife? We have media server fully stocked with 10 TB of real crime shows. I'm not really into real crime stuff. I know one of my friends is. I just watch, I like the high profile crime or like the East Asia crime. Like I'm very specific about the kind of crime stuff that I like. I like, I kind of like Rotten Mango's channel for crime stuff. But the stuff about murders and stuff, that's just gruesome.
From prying eyes. Atlas VPN is holding a huge discount. You can get a 3-year subscription for only $1.99 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Students, you can get this deal by clicking the link down below in the description. That's get.atlasvpn.com/Professor Lando. Here's you. And here is a show that you want to stream on a platform like Netflix, for example. But unfortunately, you can't watch that show because it is geo-restricted, making you very sad. But luckily, you can use Atlas VPN to bypass these geo-restrictions to watch your shows, making you not sad, but very happy. With over 6 million users worldwide, Atlas VPN was created to make the internet more accessible and secure for everyone. That's a 3-year subscription for only $1.99 a month with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Access the internet safely and securely, and thank you again to Atlas VPN for sponsoring today's lecture. There are many instances throughout history. Many times languages come and go, much like technology. The pyramids. How did they build the pyramids?
Bro, how did he make his sponsor? Okay, he added his sponsor before. He didn't do it live. I was like, yo, that sounds crazy, having to do all the drawings and stuff.
Had much more advanced technology than we were led to believe, and that those technologies were lost. And much is the case with the bro code. Very simply put, you could say the bro code is a friendship etiquette to be followed among men, or more specifically among members of the bro subculture. Before we get into
the bro subculture,
the specifics of the bro code, it's time for a pop quiz. What we have here is a diagram of 3 urinals side by side. And in this situation,
oh god. Okay, I'm just gonna let it play.
We have urinal A, urinal B, and urinal
What do you do? Are you allowed to, you know, side glance or not? What if you're curious though? What if you want to compare yourself?
Say that you are in need of alleviating
or do you just
yourself,
look straight forward?
With fluids. You need to take a piss. You enter the bathroom and there is a man at urinal A, another man occupying urinal C.
Okay.
The question I want to ask you is, so you walk in, you need to take a piss, and you have 3 options here. To this question, do you A, wait for one of these men to leave and take their spot? B, take the middle urinal,
no,
urinal B.
You take the middle one, right? You just take the middle one.
B, in between the 2 men. Or C, piss yourself where you're standing. This is a little subversive, but I'll explain to you why that the answer is to take one of these men's spots and not to go into the middle urinal. You would I would expect most people to say that I will be taking urinal B as an act of dominance to assert myself.
No, but you have to wait then. And then you're peeing on top of somebody else's pee.
I'm confident in myself. I do not feel the need to shy away from the gazes of A and C on either side of me. What I would like to present, that it's not about you.
I didn't know they flushed.
Not that I feel comfortable pissing in the middle stall, but it's about looking out for our fellow man. I don't want them to feel uncomfortable. And
True. It's not that long of a wait. I didn't factor that in.
True act of dominance, because what is more dominant, what is more alpha than being a leader and looking out for one another? That is a good point you bring up, that there are in fact dividers. Let me ask you this. Haven't you noticed that when you go to these public restrooms, sometimes these dividers are
There's splash damage? Yikes! Nah! Why don't they just put walls in between the urinals? Is that... I know it's supposed to be like, they're trying to min-max the space they have, but it's like, come on, just give them some stalls. I don't know, man. Just put some walls.
A little too short? Almost like they were purposefully designed that way by some kinky fucking, just a little, just enough for you to get a little bit of a...
True!
Or
they did men dirty with the bathrooms layout. Bro, it's too much. You could do both in a regular toilet. You don't need the urinals. Bros A or C, me as an intellectual, go to the stall? Yeah, my friend just goes to the stall, I think. Oh, but it's faster. True, it is faster because you don't need to sit down and pull down your pants and stuff. It's more sanitary to pee sitting down. Why? Because you're not touching it?
Far enough, right? Maybe they're tall enough this way. It doesn't come out far enough so that if you were to be completely hidden behind the divider, your balls would have to touch the wall of the urinal.
Ew!
It's a little suspicious. I really do have to question.
Urinals are gross. I would never touch anything around it, dude. That's probably full of germs.
Question the intent of the urinal divider designer. It seems like they want you to just be just like you ever watch.
It's so poorly designed.
Home Improvement. What's it called? Home. You know the
All right,
neighbor?
the real question is how do they do it in Asia? They probably do it better there. Everything's better there, right?
It's like that kind of. What are you peeking at? This pop quiz was an introduction to the bro code. The first rule of my bro code: no middle urinal.
In Japan, how do they do it in Japan?
We're just gonna move quickly over this next point. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy. Come on, don't be that guy. We all know that guy. You know that guy. We all have that guy. You're gonna be that guy right now, right here.
It's the same.
There's other people here, man. Rule number 3 of the bro code. Moving on. Is in regards to JO crystals.
Yeah, true. The bro code is universal. All right, so if I ever get turned into a man, like in those like 90s movies, the gender swaps movie, I'll know how to respect the bro code and go to the right urinal. I'll wait for the stall A or C. What's the JO crystals?
A JO crystal. Well, I guess the rule, you might say, is that every bro that is a member of the bro code, who is a follower of the bro code, must be given a JO crystal and must appropriately use and be informed of their JO crystal. A JO crystal is usually worn as a necklace. You can see the crystal right here at the end. When worn...
What does that have to do with you peeing, though?
by adjacent bros. These JO crystals contain an essence that can be recharged by what? JOing or jacking off. By jacking it next to one another, you can charge these crystals up, and these crystals, you might ask, like, what is the purpose? Well, the JO crystals can give confidence at work, home, or in other social settings. JO crystals. Number 4 in the bro code will be...
You need to jack off to recharge your crystal? Based.
To serve the Lord. There's a very misunderstood trait of many bros out there. And what are we talking about? And what I'm talking about is people...
We need that necklace in the women's department too.
Women misunderstand when a guy punches their wall.
But not the urinal wall.
Punching.
Not the urinal wall. That's full of germs too.
Leaving often a hole in the wall. I don't know why I'm drawing it. I'm pretty sure you know what a hole looks like. You might be asking,
if you're gonna punch a hole in the wall, do it in the living room or your bedroom, okay?
How's that related to men punching holes in their wall? This is not deflection, this is the truth. Wall punching may be seen as a brutish display of toxicity, of anger by some, but the secret actually here, boys are actually equipped with a sort of sixth sense, ghost vision. As servants of the Lord, men are tasked with ridding the world of these evil spirits that often they're crawling on the walls. Have you seen Hereditary? When the mom is like this and she's like climbing on the walls, and women, girls, you can't see it, but that's what we're trying to get them. It's not toxic, okay? It's not we're not angry, In fact, we pretend to be angry in order to hide the truth of our order, of our mission to serve the Lord. Our fists are lined with holy energy, charged by the JO crystal. You can see how it's related. Our fists are lined with the holy energy, burning spirit. That's about it for the bro code section of this lecture. We're going to be talking about the stages of brodom right now. Stage 1. You're out somewhere, right? You go to the local, whatever. What do bros do? Go to a bar. You're in. Hey, I saw you had a My Hero Academia patch on your backpack. That's pretty cool. I like anime too. And then you're just like, oh yeah, you meet and you become.
Oh, fraternity.
What? Acquaintance. Number 2 is, what's up, dude? Yo, what's up, dude? You walk up and you give him the good old.
Slap on the butt.
We're
just a handshake. Yes, that's what I thought.
Beyond high five. It's more than a handshake.
Yeah, high five.
It's like a handshake, kind of like, yo, what's up, dude? Number 3 is just, yo, enthusiasm has gone down markedly. This might be counterintuitive, but I believe that the more you know someone... My bad,
I jumped some steps. Yo, enthusiasm has gone down.
The less enthused the initial greeting is. Every time you see a new friend, it's very like, yo, what's up, dude? Dap them up. 3 is true friendship. At this point, you're very comfortable with one another. You don't need to play it up, right? And, let's not mistake it. It's not because you're bored of each other, right? This isn't some listless marriage that's gone for years and you sleep with the pillow in between you and, you haven't touched each other in months. This is just, you very much care for one another, but you're just not needing to play it up. It's just, yo. With my very best friends, when you see each other, you don't shake each other's hands. You don't go, what's up,
of course.
Man? That's weird.
What are you doing, a business deal? Why would you shake each other's hand? That's weird.
Those are for the people that aren't they're your friends, yes. They're definitely your friends, but they're not like really your friends, because you really your friends, you don't go, yo, what's up? That's weird. You just go, yo, right? You don't shake the hand, you don't dap them up. It's just like, yo, what's going on? What are we doing today? 4, this is where you could sit in silence and have it not be awkward. 5 is when you're charging.
That's the best kind of friendship. Just sit in silence, have it not be awkward. I hate people that feel the need to fill every single silence with talk.
geocrystals next to each other.
What?
We're going to talk about the...
Wait, 5 is the geocrystals next to each other? I've never seen that people wearing that crystal. Guys, I've never seen guys wearing that crystal. That's a lie. That's
silence
a lie.
And have it not be awkward. 5 is when you're charging the geocrystals next to each other.
Oh, you're charging the geocrystals next to each other. I didn't hear it properly. Oh. Oh, okay. I see.
I'm going to talk about the concept bros before hoes.
Oh yeah, that's what,
so
yeah,
historically
yeah. That's a famous line. Yeah.
bro code has included the need to hold fellow men artificially somehow above romantic interests and historical...
only men can see the geocrystals. Yeah, okay.
Speaking women, namely
My
women,
bad.
but in recent times with the advent of new technology, such as femboys, might I suggest that instead of bros before hoes, in my interpretation of the bro code, the bros are the hoes. We're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Really, it's just a matter of, listen, men, guys, am I right? We're talking about efficiency. We're only worried about the numbers, okay? We're efficient, we're optimal. We need to keep things going. We need to keep the tribe fed. You know, we're not worried about emotions, okay? We need to get things done. Homoeroticism. A motto between bros is what? It's not gay if the balls don't touch. Why? What's at the core here? What are we talking about exactly?
This is the line?
Hypothetical situation here. Is it gayer to kiss a man than it is to penetrate him? And I would say yes. Why? And we'll get around to how that connects here in a second. But in this hypothetical, let's just say, penetration is an act of dominance. A man's hole is not meant to be bred, making it the ultimate display of heterosexuality. Again, to penetrate another male, another man, another bro, just another one of the homies. But to passionately kiss a man, that is markedly more gay in my opinion. Why? It is a more engaged and more involved act of romanticism. When it comes to, when it comes to fapping, I could fap to literally anything. Sometimes it's not even a sexual thing. I could just, but the intimacy of a deep kiss, much more weight, many more consequences than just penetration. For example, let's just say you wake up, right? You're in college or something. Those frat parties, man, get pretty wild. You wake up, your homie's there. And you're like, oh, what happened last night? And you remember, whoopsie, uh-oh. Maybe a little bit of penetration occurred, whoopsie. But you know what? LOL XD. It's all good, bro.
It's all good if they didn't kiss.
You look at each other and you're like, wah, wah, laugh track, whatever. But if you compare that with the scenario, stare into each other's eyes. Feel the breath graze each other's skin as your eyelashes dance against each other's sun-kissed skin. That's just way more gay.
That's pretty funny. That was a good video. Are you guys saying you to the kiss, but not the penetration? The Professor Lando, guys, go check out this channel. That was really funny. That was a good video. The urinal thing, I really learned a lot there. I mean, I've been to men's bathroom before, but I've never used a urinal. I didn't know about all these unspoken rules. Yeah, so actually, okay, because I'm gonna explain why we're watching this video. I went through this rabbit hole where I started watching kangaroos picking fights with humans on YouTube and TikTok and stuff. And kangaroos are so strong, guys. They're really muscular, And the thing is, if you stand up straight, they think you're challenging them. And then you got like two options if they try to fight you. The first one is probably to push them back, right? Or like keep them at arm's length. So you extend your arm in front of them, like on their chest and stuff. But the thing is, they also use their tail almost like a leg. Like they can bounce on their tail and then kick you, and their kick are really powerful. And then on the other hand, they also have their claws, and their claws like can tear your skin to the bone. There's like a lady that was trying to unhook like a baby kangaroo that was stuck in a fence, and the kangaroo mom, like, she clawed her whole leg skin, and they had to rush her to the hospital, and she had to get like surgery. So it's like, what do? How do you fight them back? I was looking for that answer. I saw one guy, it looked like a hippie dude. He just like slowly went on his knees, and the kangaroo like followed suit, but it was like a scuff video. I don't know if that's actually the technique. So yeah, we'll see.
Australia's iconic, cute, cuddly.
No, they're legit evil. They are evil.
Long creatures might not be as friendly as you think they are.
Jesus, look at that!
A kangaroo attack. Kangaroo.
True, maybe parrot is a kangaroo actually, and not a parrot.
Have a dangerous side. They can be very aggressive if they're searching for food or think you pose a threat to them or their families.
Jesus!
But can a kangaroo kill you? What makes them such dangerous boxers? And how fast can they come after you? Between 1999 and
kangaroos are deers that went to prison. Look for one that jumped on a biker like for no reason at all. It's just 30s long. They're deers that evolved to stand on 2 feet. Baby kangaroos are really cute though. It's like if you hold up a pouch, they're gonna hop into it head first. It's so cute.
In 2002, kangaroos attacked at least 15 people, and those are just the attacks that got reported. Since then, there have been other attacks in different regions of Australia. So if you find yourself face to face with...
Yeah, and like smaller animals, I'm gonna eat my brownie now. But smaller animals, they're gonna headlock them, and if there's a body of water, they'll bring the animal into a headlock and they're gonna drown them in the water. They're actually psychos.
With a kangaroo and you want to survive, follow these steps. Step 1. Protect your body. If a kangaroo approaches you, turn your body sideways, raise your hands, and turn your head away from the animal. Its punches are packed with very sharp claws that can rip apart your flesh. You'll want to keep a narrow profile to protect your body and vital organs from the roo's powerful kicks. The kangaroo's family name is macro...
Alright, so you stand sideways. Yes, you show your shoulder to them, so you don't face them.
Dide, which means big feet. And their big feet, combined with their power...
See, that's the move I was talking about. This is OP. Like, how do you fight back against that? Like, legit, guys, I was in my bed at night trying to think, in case I get into a kangaroo attack, like, how will I fend off myself? I legit think about these things.
Powerful hind legs are so strong they can break your bones. In 2018, a kangaroo attacked a family in Queensland, Australia. They were feeding the kangaroo when it became aggressive and attacked. They tried to fend it off using a broom and shovel, but it didn't work. Linda Smith, a kangaroo caretaker, suffered a collapsed lung, broken ribs, abrasions to her arms and legs, and other internal injuries that required surgery. Her husband sustained multiple lacerations, and her son got minor injuries. The kangaroo quickly escaped after the attack. Step 2. No dogs. Sorry, dog lovers, but don't bring your pet into kangaroo territories.
No.
Kangaroos do not share your love of dogs and have attacked dogs and their owners. The heaviest kangaroos are male red kangaroos, which weigh up to 90 kilograms. And some kangaroos, depending on their species, can grow up to 2.8 meters tall.
Look how buff he is! Look how muscular he is!
So an attack probably wouldn't end well for your dog, and you could get caught in the crossfire. Step 3. Distance yourself. Practice social distancing with kangaroos and use whatever you can from your surroundings to act as a blockade. Slowly retreat, but do not turn your back and run. A kangaroo can quickly chase you down, kicking as it hops. The red kangaroo is the fastest jumper, bouncing along at up to 56 kilometers per hour. If a kangaroo aims to fight you, you'll be able to tell. It'll begin to show dominance by pulling out grass, rubbing its chest on the ground, and tensing its muscles. And if that happens, step 4, submit. Act submissive. Don't look it in the eye. Stay low and back yourself away.
Don't look at it in the eye is the funniest thing, for real.
Do your best roo imitation. A thick, forceful grunt will do the trick, since it's that type of behavior male kangaroos use to assert themselves in the wild. If you get attacked, curl up in a ball and wait for help. Kangaroos are vegetarians, so they're not interested in eating you. They're only going to attack you if you bother them or have some food they want. If you give up and show defeat...
Yo! Why would you bring your kid in there? Hello? Jeez, that kid got clapped. What the fuck?
They might back off. But as more people try to get cute pictures while feeding kangaroos, the number of attacks have increased. Although the last recorded death was in 1936, many people have ended up with deep gashes after these encounters. So the best way to avoid any danger from a fierce kangaroo attack is to steer clear of these unusual marsupials in the first place.
Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, this is... What the fuck?
To avoid any danger from a fierce kangaroo attack is to steer clear of these unusual marsupials in the first place. They are so exotic.
Yo, they're
cute,
insane.
But from what we just learned, cuteness doesn't mean an animal will be gentle.
No.
Like these little cuties, for instance. How could you survive a vicious cat attack? Well, we've got the perfect video for you. To be prepared and stay alive.
How to survive a cat bite?
How to survive.
Just throw him away. What do you mean? Wait, this video is so funny. The coroner got so pissed off he went after the kangaroo. No, I hope the kangaroo's alright. There's a video out there of a kangaroo eating a bird, so oh no, that's horrible. That was funny. How to survive. This channel's how to survive videos. Oh my god, dude, they're popping off. That was a great video. So I was right about the curling down. Bye, Maltus. Let's watch this one.
당하니까 같이 먹을 친구가 없는 거지.
I didn't have a meal plan because I was always bullied. I was afraid to eat.
내가 한동안 밥을 안 먹었어. 점심 한동안 안 먹고. 같이 먹을 사람이 없어서? 어.
Maybe you could run around it in circle. I don't know, dude. I don't know. You gotta fight back. The thing is, they throw their head back and they pull their arms at you, so it's kind of hard because your arm distance is probably shorter than their leg kick distance. Why do you need friends to eat with? Well, who else what are you gonna do while you just eat in silence? That's boring. At a school cafeteria, eating alone, that's kind of boring. Unless you're reading a book, then it's fine. I do that all the time. Yeah, but now I do that. I eat alone too, but I watch TV or I do something else at the same time. I never really just... But that's mostly me not really like taking the time to be conscious of what I'm doing. I think enjoying your food and focusing on the food and the taste of your food probably helps you being more satisfied with it. I just don't practice consciousness enough. Is that what it's called? Consciousness? Yeah. Oh, in Asia, there's a social stigma that's only losers and loners eat alone. Oh. I need my anime with my food. True, true. Yo, I love all the little like side dishes that they have. They all look so good.
안녕. 지금 너무 오랜만에 먹어. 식빵 이렇게 드니까.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like me and my friends went to like, this like really good restaurant. It was a few months ago. I was gonna say the other day. I'm not gonna pretend it was the other day. I haven't been out of the house in weeks, but yeah. And then there was this one man eating alone, but it's like, it's an expensive place. Like, it's one thing going to McDonald's to grab like a quick meal at your, work break and eating it there and then leaving. And then there's another thing going to like a good renowned restaurants and then eating alone there. Everybody was in a group and he was just there eating alone. And I was wondering what he was doing. I was like, maybe he just likes good food. Or I was like, is he a culinary critic? Is he a food reviewer? Or does he just have no friends? Maybe it's a Michelin food critic. That's what I was thinking. I was like, it's gotta be a food critic, right? Like, no one would just go eat there just for fun. Or maybe he had the money. Yeah, no, yeah, but it's like, I could be like, I'd really go to a nice restaurant right now. Like, I want to eat this really good food. Sure. But like, I would bring a book there. Or I would maybe be on my phone talking to somebody on my, I don't know. I would not just be sitting there just like quietly enjoying my food.
너무 오랜만. 심지어 비슷하게 생겼어. 거의 똑같아.
I go out by myself frequently, but like to expensive places. Like, yeah, I understand eating by yourself frequently, eating out by yourself, but usually it's like, a ramen bowl or something that can be eaten fast. It's not that kind of place. Don't be afraid to enjoy your own company. That is true. I don't like being alone.
식판엔 밥 먹을 일이 없잖아, 우리가. 그치. 졸업하고 나서. 추억 파리 해야 될 것 같은 그런 비주얼. 맞아. 제일 좋아하던 그게 뭐야, 급식? 나는 제육볶음을 좋아했어. 닭볶음탕. 그거 나오는
What? Dude, their menus are way more goated than American and Canadian schools. Our cafeteria had like spaghetti and pizza and some rice. They have that for school food? This is so unfair!
설레는 날 계속 다시 먹으려고 계속 줄 서고 줄. 그치, 나도 그랬어. 처음인 처음. 안 받아갔는데요? 안 받아갔는데요? 진짜? 난 연기는 못했어. 근데 메뉴가 진짜? 맛없는 날에는 어떻게 했어? 가끔가다 진짜 먹을 거 없는 날 있잖아. 그런 날 없었는데? 진짜? 분명 있을 텐데 하루 정도. 나는 가리지 않고 다 먹기 때문에. 이거 먹을래?
Yeah, I'm not picky at all either.
고마워. 먹어볼게. 소시지 있다. 나도 먹어봐야지. 학교 다닐 때 뭔가 점심시간이 제일 설레고 막 그러지 않았어? 그런 사건이 하나 있었어. 이 운때는 거 되게 웃기다. 초등학교, 중학교가 그렇게 좋진 않았어. 그래서 중학교 때 한창 따돌림 당하고 있었을 때 알겠지만 급식은 같이 먹는 친구가 있어야 돼. 같이 먹는 친구가 없으면 밥을 먹는 게 엄청 쪽팔릴 정도로 같이 먹는 친구가 중요해, 그지? 알지? 따돌림을 당하니까 같이 먹을 친구가 없는 거지. 그래서 안 좋게 쳐다볼 것 같고 막 그렇게 막 그렇진 않을 것 같은데. 근데 이제 뭐 따돌림을 당하고 얘는 찐따야 이런 느낌이 조금 그 여중이니까 좀 빨리 퍼졌거든. 그래서 좀 그런
That's sad.
분위기가 나면은
What?
이제
They have fresh strawberries at their school? What? Bro, dude, a fruit has never touched my plate. Like, I don't think there was any real fruits at the cafeteria.
찐따야 이런 느낌이 조금 그 여중이니까 좀 빨리 퍼졌거든. 그래서 좀 그런 분위기가 나면은 이제 좀 먹기가 두려워지는 거야. 그래가지고 내가 한동안 밥을 안 먹었어. 점심을.
That's
한동안 안
sad.
먹고.
같이 먹을 사람이 없어서?
그래서 한동안 밥을 안 먹으니까 이제 담임 선생님이 너 왜 밥을 안 먹니? 같이 먹을 사람이 없다. 이렇게 말하니까 선생님이 너 친구 붙여줄게. 어느 날 친구 3명이 나한테 와가지고 야 같이 먹자.
Oh, that's cute.
난 근데 그게
That's like an anime character. Yeah, kids always pick on the one who look different. I think she's saying that she was getting bullied, so that's why she didn't want to eat alone, because she felt like people would judge her for eating alone, or she felt like no one wanted to. At least the one teacher looked out for her, or noticed that she wasn't eating. That's actually a good teacher. True, we had fruit cocktails canned. Those ones with the plastic cover that you rip off.
뭐라 해야 되지? 그것마저 너무 고마운데 이제 선생님이 불러서 온 애들이니까 너무 뭐라 해야 되지? 그러면 안 돼. 내 자존심이 상하는 거야. 그래서 어쨌든 얘네들도 선생님 부탁을 받아서.
Oh, because the teacher asked the other girls to invite her to eat. Like, hey, your friend, she's not your friend, your classmate, she's eating alone. Maybe you guys could include her. That hurt her pride. Or she felt like they were taking pity on her and she didn't want that.
나랑 급식 먹으러 가자. 같이 밥 먹으러 가자. 근데 또 같이 노는 건 또 아니야. 급식만 먹으러 나는 밥을 먹어야 되니까. 그래서
불편하겠다.
불편해. 선생님이랑 먹었어. 근데 이제 선생님이랑 이렇게 먹고 있는데 이게 피해의식이 또 주변에서 막 제 선생님이랑 먹는다. 예, 같이 먹을 친구 없나 봐. 선생님이랑 먹어. 이게 또 듣기 싫어서 또 선생님이랑 안 먹는다고 했다가 선생님이 그러니까 너 친구 붙여준 거니까 먹어라. 그냥 안 먹어도 되는데 막 하면서.
진짜?
오히려 그 친구들 얼마나 고마워. 근데 그 친구들한테 고맙다는 말도 안 하고.
When I'm at work, I always eat alone. I'd rather eat alone sometimes than talk. But sometimes it depends on how I feel. Sometimes I just want to be on my phone during my break. But sometimes I like talking to people. I don't know.
너네 이런 거 안 해도 돼. 나 그냥 집에서 밥 먹으면 돼. 나 어차피 밥 안 먹어도 뚱뚱해서 괜찮아. 그랬어.
나도 혼자 밥을 못 먹어.
못 먹어.
친구 없으면은 나도 그냥 반에서 조용히 있었을 것 같아. 근데 반에 이렇게 혼자 안 먹고 있어도 다 먹고 온 친구들이 오면은 또 약간 또 눈치 보일 것 같아. 나 혼자 있는 게 보일 것 같고 이런 거. 나였으면 더 심하게 그냥 쭈그러들었을 것 같아. 그런 상황이면.
근데 한 번도 혼자 밥 먹으러 간 적 없어?
그치.
오.
밥 먹으러 갈 사람 없는 것 때문에 이제 스트레스를 받거나 이랬던 적은 없지.
와. 그렇게 막 오래 그러진 않았어. 그랬어.
So the popular girl.
쑥스러워.
The popular girl doesn't get stressed of not having anybody to eat with because she had the choice to choose when she wants to eat alone and when she wanted to eat with company. But the unpopular girl doesn't have that choice. So the reaction to eating alone is different.
너무 너는 이런 스토리 없다?
It's a big
급식에
difference, yeah.
관련된 그런
급식에
없었을 거고.
관련된 나쁜 일이 없겠지. 나쁜 기억이 있을 수 없어.
나 이거 촬영하면서 진짜 여러 번 놀라는 거야. 그러면 항상 친구들한테 이렇게 둘러싸여서 밥을 먹었던 거야?
같이 둘러싼 거지. 내가 둘러싸이진 않았고 같이 이렇게
두루두루.
뭔가 나 같은 애들도 이렇게 혼자 급식실을 가면은 다들 나만 쳐다볼 것 같고 야, 쟤 혼자 먹는다 이렇게 얘기할 것 같고 해가지고 차라리 교실에서 그냥 배 안 고픈 척 할 것 같아. 그러니까 막 밥 먹을 때 마늘빵이나 아니면 홍시 아이스크림 이런 거 나오잖아.
맛있지.
그러면은 굳이 막 지나가면서 남자애들이 자기들도 먹고 싶으니까 먹고 더 받아올 때 이제 내 것도 받아다 주면서 야, 너 이거 하나 더 먹을래? 너 이거 하나 더 먹을래? 이러고 주고 가고 그랬어. 그럼 나는 진짜 고마워 이러면서 받아 먹고.
나도 홍시 아이스크림 받고
Damn,
싶었는데.
she got 2 portions of desserts from the guys.
친구들끼리 이렇게
Good night,
얘기하면서 밥
Hackfish.
먹잖아. 근데 내가 아까도 밥 먹는 게 느리다 했잖아. 그래서 내 급식판만 이제 남고 친구들은 급식판 없는 상태로 이렇게 같이 얘기를 하다가 얘기하다 보니까 다 먹고 이렇게 수저를 내려놓으면 내 친구들이 와가지고 야, 너 급식판 줘 그냥 내가 갖다 버리게. 그냥 이렇게 무심한 듯 이렇게 해주면 그냥 진짜 고마워 이러고 주고 그랬거든.
안 설레?
왜 설레? 그냥 진짜 착하다 이 마음은 있었지. 나중에 이렇게 들려오는 소문에 의하면 야, 걔 너 좋아하는데 이러긴 하는데 그럼 일단 모르는 척 해야 돼. 왜냐면은 친구를 잃기도 싫고 나쁜 말을 하기도 싫으니까.
저번에 느꼈던 감정 나 지금 또 느끼고 있어. 무슨 감정인지는 모르겠는데
진짜 그런 일이 있던 친구들이 성인이 돼서 나한테 나중에 이제 얘기를 해. 나 그때 너 좋아했었는데 맨날 집 갈 때 혼자 슬픈 노래 이 노래 들으면서 다녔다 이러면서. 또 나중에 또 연락 온 친구가 나 그때 너 좋아하고 있었잖아 이러는데 난 진짜 1도 몰랐거든.
그런 학창 시절 재밌었겠다. 그런 경험을 해봤어야 됐는데
누굴 좋아해 본 적도 없어? 학교 다닐 때?
있어요. 이거랑 완전 벗어난 얘긴데 내가 진짜 황당한 일을 겪었거든. only 내 몸 때문에 길을 가고 있었어. 길을 가고 있는데 앞에서 남학생 3명이 되게 막 지들끼리 막 욕하면서 소리 빽빽 지르면서 이렇게 지나가고 있는 거야. 이렇게 바닥 보면서 걷고 있었어. 나랑 이렇게 마주치는 상황이었단 말이야. 남학생들이 막 시끄럽다가 한 명이 나를 이렇게 보더니 야 하는 거야. 나랑 가까워질수록 애들이 조용한 거야.
That's awkward.
어떤 한 남자애가 코로 돼지 소리를 내는 거지.
What?
이렇게. 그래서 내가 나는 나한테 그러는 줄 몰랐어. 그냥 지들끼리 노는 건 줄 알았어. 그래서 근데 내 바로 앞에 그 유리가 있었어. 그 상가들 이렇게 있었는데 앞에 유리가 있었는데 유리로 이렇게 지나가면은 뒤에 남학생들이 비치잖아. 착 지나가자마자 내가 앞에 유리를 이렇게 봤는데 중지 손가락을 나한테 이렇게 하면서 막 주먹으로 이러는 거야. 나를 보고 내 뒤통수에다 대고. 그래서 내가 그 순간에 내가 겪은 뭐 피해의식이나 아니면 뭐 간간히 들었던 사소한 말은 있었지만 이렇게 크게 직접적으로 이렇게 당한 건 처음이어가지고 나 지금 드라마 찍나? 진짜 그 순간이 되면은 진짜 너무 화가 나가지고 막
아무 말도 못해?
여기가 막히더라고 이렇게.
와, 세상에 진짜 이상한 사람들이 너무 많아.
그치.
근데 그런 일 있으면은 괜히 그날 하루 종일 그거 생각나고 그러지.
와, 나 미친 줄 알았어. 나 일하고 있었는데 계속 생각이 나는 거야. 이제 너무 화가 나는 거야. 근데 그게 문제가 뭐냐면은 이게 이제 화가 나면은 이제 나로 돌아오는 건데 에이, 애초에 내가 안 그랬으면 다른 사람들은 이런 일 겪을 일 없는데 나만 이렇게 돌아오는 거야. 나 생각 좀 많거든. 그래서 에이, 뭐 살 빼면 그런 일 없을 거야.
와, 그런 애들은 돌아다니지를 못하게 해야 돼.
They always pick on the weak victims, yeah. Korea in general is different. Many of my cousins wouldn't come home until 11 p.m. because of academic stuff. That's crazy. Yeah, so I guess the relationships you make at schools are valuable since you spend most of your time there.
얘기해주고 싶었어.
역 화장실에 들렀다가 나가려고 화장실 쪽으로 이렇게 딱 보고 이제 빠르게 걷고 있는데 앞에 어떤 성인 남자가 막 불러 세우는 거야. 멀리서부터 봤는데 너무 막 자기 뭐 이상형이라고 뭐 어쩌고저쩌고 이상한 소리를 하더니 연락처 좀 줄 수 있냐는 거야. 너무 무섭고 처음 보는데 너무 다짜고짜 사람 잡아놓고 이러니까 일부러 그냥 저 남자친구 있어요 이러면서 그냥 지나가려고 했거든. 남자친구랑 얼마나 됐는데요? 남자친구 뭐 카톡 있으면 보여줄 수 있나요? 그래서 내가 아니요, 제가 왜 보여드려야 돼요? 처음 봤는데 이러면서 저 남자친구인데 이러지 말라고 이러면서 화장실에 들어가 버렸거든? 문 앞에 있는 거야. 나갔는데 그 출구까지 계속 따라오는 거야. 그래서 에스컬레이터를 딱 올라탔어. 근데 바로 뒷칸 에스컬레이터에 딱 붙어가지고 내 이쪽 어깨 거의 볼 달락말락하게 얼굴 계속 내밀고 아 연락처만 주시면 안 되냐고 너무 아쉬워서 그런데 이따가 뭐 커피나 한잔 하자는 거야. 너무 싫잖아. 싫다는데 자꾸 몸 붙이고 막 얼굴 막 달락말락하고 그리고 팔이나 이런 데를 아무렇지 않게 계속 잡으시는 거야.
범죄 아니야?
와 지금도 진짜 악몽 같아. 너무 무서웠어. 그때 어떻게 대처를 해야 될지도 모르겠는 거야.
진짜 그럴 땐 어떻게 해야 돼?
그러니까.
I'm not sure. Damn. So they both were in situations that were like traumatic for them, but very different.
얘기하니까 너무 재밌다. 밥 먹으면서 얘기하니까 더 재밌어.
약간 급식 먹으면서 얘기하니까 진짜 학교 다닐 때 친구 사귀는 느낌 있잖아.
맞아. 곧 종소리 들릴 것 같아. 얘기 너무 많이 했어.
아 종소리 너무 싫어. 쉬는 시간 끝나고 점심시간 끝나는 그 종소리. 제일 싫어 진짜.
이거 봐. 밥 먹으면서 얘기하니까 얘기가 끊임없이 나와.
나 원래 계란국은 별로 안 좋아했었거든? 근데 여기 맛있다.
거의 다 먹었는데?
그 황태를 안 넣어.
Yeah, they were targeted for different reasons, exactly. I on this channel, Giggle. They make like social experiment things. Why isn't The Sims fun anymore? I don't know if you guys watch a lot of Sims. Oh yeah, I started watching Jujutsu Kaisen. I fucking love that show so far. Oh my god. I'm almost done with the second season though, so I don't want to watch any anime videos on Jujutsu Kaisen yet because I don't want to get scared. I don't want to get scared. Oh yeah, we can watch this. It's gonna tie back to our men topic. I really like the beginning of season 2, like the flashbacks with Geto and Gojo. I have more to say about Jujutsu Kaisen, but I'm gonna keep it. I only have like 5 episodes left, so let's just I'm gonna finish the season 2, and I still need to watch the movie. Apparently I was supposed to watch the movie in between season 1 and 2. So, and then after that we can talk about it.
Increasingly, more and more men are giving up on relationships, careers, and society as a whole. Resentment is growing, unemployment is becoming rampant, and keeping your head above water seems almost impossible for many men today. This is leading to more men than ever dropping out of society entirely. And it's not just that, men are becoming infantilized. With terms like adulting now becoming normal, it's clear that something ugly is happening that needs to be addressed. We live in such a strained, unnatural environment that is bound to start to wear on society, but men in particular are battling to keep up and are slowly giving up on dreams, giving up on trying, and giving up on doing anything constructive. And for a large part, it's really not their fault, as this trend isn't just a personal struggle, but a societal issue that we must urgently address. So
what was that headline? Is your husband a man-child? Do you out-mummy him? 2 experts reveal the telltale signs you're a parent to your partner? Oh boy.
Isn't just a personal struggle, but a societal issue that we must urgently address. So why is this happening? And why has it gotten so bad in 2024? On the surface, it's a long and complicated story. Life has never been simple for any human, and objectively speaking, for men in the West today, it's never been better. We have all the technology we need, food delivered to your door with the tap of a finger, dating readily available to anyone with a simple swipe, any products, items, or experience.
Life has never been better? Really? I don't know. I don't know if having food delivered to my door and online shopping has increased my quality of life. It's made these things easier, but it doesn't make me happier. It definitely doesn't make me happier.
Experiences that you want can be had with the tap of your phone. But over time, all of these comforts of life destroys the importance and necessity of struggle.
True, Adam.
Without any value placed on higher goals, where there just is no reason to care.
In terms of convenience, yes. Yeah, true. Yeah, exactly what you said. In terms of convenience and material goods, then yes, but in many other aspects, no, I feel like it's worse. And the economy is shit.
Means there's
No one
reason
can find a job. It's actually awful. Everyone's depressed.
For people to properly live or have the will to achieve greatness, which is probably why 40% of young men aged 18 to 45 meet the criteria for depression, and 49% of
what is it? 18 to 45?
18 to 23-year-olds have had a thought of passing themselves in the past 2 weeks alone. And we're seeing the symptoms of this problem everywhere. The sapping away of our vision and ambition permeates in all aspects of modern society today. Our culture, architecture, relationships, bodies and minds. Past civilizations before us have always placed their emphasis on beauty, wisdom and logic for all the population to see, with great town squares, bustling with art, life and community. These things were placed above all else as the bedrock of their societies, laying out a code of honor and struggle in its people to achieve greatness. Comforts were shown in art and culture, but as an aspiration for achieving something great, for following your mastery. But today our cities are mostly devoid of all of this character, and instead they're marked out by the most cost-efficient, bland and sterile designs to facilitate a simpler self-motivated purpose. It's why people flock all over the world to a handful of remaining cities that retain their centuries-old charm to feel and experience the character of bygone societies that were motivated by higher ideals. Ideals greater than our modern two-dimensional ways of thinking. With a prioritization of comfort, lust and opulence and flashy materialism over individual excellence and greater community, we're now reeling in the aftermath, becoming instead a generation of mandated mediocrity. And does this explain why men today seem to struggle more than ever while seemingly having more than ever? America in particular is not actually in a recession. In fact, on paper, the economy looks like the best it's been in a while. Unemployment has dropped, GDP is up, but what the people are actually experiencing is a completely different story. We can see this in a study by the University of Michigan on consumer sentiments, which gathers data based.
I just feel like we're being squeezed. It's like in that Dune line when they conquer Dune, and then he tells his nephew, "Now squeeze them, squeeze harder." Oh, thank you, Stefan. That's so sweet.
Based on how consumers feel about the current state of finances. In 2022, it dropped to an all-time low. Prices of our average daily needs like gas and food have increased in unbearable percentages. In contrast, salary increases do not match, putting a high strain on budgets.
Inflation is showing no signs of slowing down as Americans pay over $1,000 a month more on the same essentials we were buying 3 years ago. Nothing's changed but price. The latest consumer price index for March showing basic necessities like our food, housing and gas are
it doesn't matter if the price, if your salary goes up, if you don't have more buying power.
All continuing to cripple Americans' wallets with higher prices.
Inflation's our wages are actually down.
This guy looks, why is he green screened like that? Who did this to him?
Against inflation since Biden took office. So not only are prices soaring, but, you know, our wages, at least if you measure hourly wages, are not keeping up at all.
I bought like 7 items at the grocery store the other day. No, it was more than 7. I bought like, I think 10 items at the grocery store and it came out with a $70 bill. Granted, $70 Canadian, but still, I was like, bro, that's a lot.
Keeping your head above water has become the new normal instead of owning a home with a white picket fence. The rich are becoming richer and the poor are becoming poorer, with the middle class disintegrating completely. All the knowledge of the past of just going to college, getting a job, and buying a home immediately is just completely irrelevant for anyone working and living in 2024. The universities have skyrocketed in prices to absurd levels. The housing market is in a complete giant bubble. Everyone's sending out job applications more and more, all while using these
Yeah, we had a few people in the Discord server like looking for a job, and everybody's experienced the same. Everybody's like, every company says they're hiring, but they're not hiring. Like everybody's applying everywhere, and they never get called back. And the rich are becoming richer. That is so true. That is so true. Like the gap, like middle class is almost getting erased.
Automated testing system.
The gap is just getting bigger and bigger.
Applying up to 100 jobs a day and still not getting anywhere. All the while major companies.
Yeah, somebody in my Discord said, because somebody was saying, I can't find a job. I've been applying every fucking day. They're like, you need to apply to at least 400 jobs. 400!
companies repeatedly tell us that they can't find any workers for their companies. And the results of this are clear. People are drifting towards more unfulfilling jobs, or just not even having a job at all, while the rich buy up resources, real estate, and everything that used to be the cornerstones of the middle class.
Yeah, and then the
but
price
is now
go
just an
up.
investment hidden through an offshore bank account for some
Yeah.
giant investment fund.
Basically, what they want to do is create a nation of renters. BlackRock coming in and
Yeah.
giving them more money than the house is worth.
How much more do they give them?
They can give them, 30% above.
Really?
Which is money.
And then they just
it's
lease those
BlackRock.
homes out.
And they lease them out. It's part of this idea that home ownership and automobile ownership and all of these things, these legacy systems that people want to get rid of. And they go, rent a house, use Uber, Lyft, whatever. You don't need to own. What does owning do for you? That's that famous article, you'll own nothing and be
What?
happy.
Just no. Wait. They're trying to convince people to Uber everywhere. That is that's a terrible advice. That's the worst advice I've ever heard. Just buy a used car. Granted, the used car market is way more expensive than it used to be. But honestly, you can make a car last for a really long time if you're not in flashy cars, and I'm not. I really don't care what I'm driving as long as it gets me from point A to point B.
Right.
And because of this, all saving plans for regular people are halted because living paycheck to paycheck means there just isn't enough for a savings plan. And whilst there is still some hope to dig your way out, for most this does begin a damaged path. People end up working in a job that's not in their field, something that they hate to do every day, and eliminates the experience they need for the job in their field. And so even the experience they are getting is just completely useless for getting back on track. In effect, their now entry-level position is further deviating them from becoming lawyers, psychologists, or whichever career path they studied for. And if the middle class is experiencing this,
I mean, the universities are also super expensive. Student loans, super expensive. How many of you in chat have student loans? Or student loans debt? Those go crazy. In the United States, your universities are so fucking expensive. Like, they're pricey. If you go to one of the top university here, it's pricey, but it's nowhere as close. Avoided it? Good shit. Oh my god, thank god. Pay mine off right after school? Oh shit! You're good. Walking is good, Pandora Pan. Once you start getting a car to drive everywhere, it's all downhill from there, health-wise. Let me tell you that. My debit is crazy, just don't think about it.
then the lower earners are feeling this even more. The jobs they once had a chance of landing now go to the middle class, while they get hit a bump lower, which is putting millions of people in dire straits. They face working twice as hard for minimum wage, juggling between jobs, partaking in the gig economy with absolutely no security, all with an
the gig economy, I think, is also one of the, a big reason why the salaries are so low. The gig economy is ruining economy, legit. Even though it's convenient for the customers and all of that, the gig workers can be paid at like a subpar level.
extreme pressure to keep up with daily expenses in a completely overpriced megacity. And the truth is, both middle and lower earners are now taking a huge hit to their egos. They feel disrespected through no fault of their own, as no man wants to feel like a failure. They don't want to feel like they're not...
Now it's like, oh, you want to become a psychologist? All right, study like 10 years to get your degree, and then you come out of school for a bunch of debts, and you can't find a job, or you can't find clients, or any kind of, white collar job. Is that what it's called? White collar job? It's like, okay, we studied for years to get this diploma and to have job security. And then you get into the working field, the world is changing, AI is everywhere, you gotta relearn everything, there's new jobs, or your job has simply become obsolete. If you're lucky, you only have to learn a new program or new tools. If you're unlucky, your job just doesn't exist anymore.
Providing or on their destiny. Imagine putting in the hours and effort to get a degree and then having to take a job that's not even within the field you studied for. Well, this is just regular life for most people nowadays. It's making men feel incredibly depressed.
Blue-collar jobs are still available and viable, but I think a lot of people We don't have enough. What was it that there's not enough people going for blue collar jobs because everybody wants a white collar job. There's too many like office workers. Everyone becomes a VTuber.
They watch all this stuff on social media, they see people flexing the Rolexes on their Instagram stories. Meanwhile, they're struggling to survive, living a life they absolutely hate. And when friends and family ask about it,
I'm much happier now that I'm not on Instagram. I don't know if it's still a trend, but like flexing material wealth on social media was like really big at one point, and I think it also really contributed to people being even more unhappy with what they have. Like when people think about owning a dream house or owning a house, they have this picture of like something insane that they want, but realistically they'll never achieve it. Like maybe they can work up to making a down payment on a house, but it's going to be, it's going to be a small house at first. It's not going to be your ideal home, and that's a huge letdown for some people.
they suffered the humiliation of explaining why they had to take what was available.
The job security is a joke as a whole. It's a joke, of course.
It isn't humiliating at all, and they're doing.
I mean, we all lost our jobs during the pandemic, so we got that reality check then. So of course we're all just super jaded now.
What they can to survive, it definitely takes a huge effect on their mental health, especially as it wasn't that long ago, where it was actually normal to enter the workforce with a mentor who would show you the ropes and encourage you and push you to learn more. Starting at the bottom didn't seem so bad because there was an opportunity to grow and reap more rewards, but this imperative step is slowly slipping away. Companies of prestige have forgotten the generation with no experience.
Yes, and then that's another point. The entry-level jobs, if you ever look, dude, even to become a VTuber manager or like some kind of VTuber like manager assistant, they ask for all this experience. It's like, where are you going to find a VTuber manager that knows all that when it's a brand new job? It's like a job that's been kickstarted in the last like 4 to 5 years. Yeah, you need a job, need experience to get a job, need a job to get experience, and that's why then people wonder why they lie on their resumes. That's for all these crazy things. Salary, $25,000 a year. Okay, bud. Okay.
Companies, this is what they want. This is actually the ideal scenario.
Ridiculous.
Where they have people so desperate, so in need of experience, that they can treat their workers like absolute trash. Since the 1980s, testosterone levels have dropped more than 50%, and yet we're told to ignore it. Why? Because there's a coordinated effort to suppress masculinity and turn men into something they were never meant to be. This decline is no accident. We're constantly exposed to harmful chemicals in our food and everyday products, bombarded with estrogenic chemicals from plastics, junk food, and sedentary lifestyles, which is why testosterone levels have been declining for decades, with a 17% drop among 60-year-olds in 2004 compared to 1987. Sperm count and strength in men are also.
Wow, testosterone levels are going down. I wonder why. Is it because of all the chemicals we're absorbing? That kind of scares me, but then it's never changed my eating habits to that point. Boner pill ad? Wait, what? You guys got an ad? It's an ad? Is this a sponsor? Yeah, more femboys! That would explain it.
Decreasing exponentially, with a 32.5% decrease in mean sperm concentration in the last 50 years. But here's the good news, there are ways to fight back, and one of the most effective solutions that I found is our sponsor Black Forest's Turkish.
Dude, you guys were so on point. I usually pick up on the ads right away. I didn't pick up on this one. Damn. Chat, I see you.
testosterone with Tonkat Ali. This supplement is packed with 2 of the most powerful natural testosterone boosters available. Testosterone is a natural anabolic compound that helps increase muscle growth, boost recovery, and support higher testosterone levels. Tonkat Ali, used for centuries, helps raise testosterone, reduce stress, and improve overall vitality. I've been using Black Forest's testosterone and Tonkat Ali, and I've noticed a huge improvement in my energy, strength, and focus. It's like getting back the edge that modern life was just draining away. Right now, Black Forest is offering a buy 2 get 1 free deal on this limited edition product, and once it's gone for good. I can personally vouch for its effectiveness. It's had a huge difference in my energy levels, strength, sleep, and overall well-being. And by supporting our sponsors, you also support us directly. So hurry and take advantage of this amazing 48-hour promo and support me alongside this amazing brand using the link in the description below. The cost of having a job also plays a part in stripping them of their dignity. Transport costs to their job, depending on the amount, could take a huge chunk of their salary, so that at the end of the day, they can only pay for.
I swear to God, the weeks that because I told you guys I'm a contractual worker, the weeks where I'm working on a contract, it's, you know, long hours days and stuff, I spend so much more than when I'm at home not working. Like, obviously it's worth it with the salary you make, but god damn, it really changes your spending habits.
Rent or food, and not both. A government grant could replace their salaries, and they earn more or less the same amount.
What's also helping to pay the bills is, as I said, the U.S. government, in particular, our disability programs for people who are unable to work. Those programs seem to have morphed away from their original humane intention and now seem to provide an alternative income source to regular employment for several millions, for millions and millions of these guys.
If a job doesn't support your basic needs of a home, food, and transport, it wears thin in justifying the effort for this job, especially if you're not getting any experience. And in most cases, if you go into the gig economy, absolutely no security either.
No.
All for minimum wage. There's even a new term called quietly quitting, where you do the bare minimum of your job to the point that you're almost rendered useless and you get fired or simply quit. The fact that this term even exists shows that attention is desperately needed to solve this problem. And while this is happening, it's becoming more and more common for both partners in a household to be living the same life, or even with most males' partners actually being the breadwinner. And whilst this isn't necessarily a problem at all, it is leading to some weird modern problems in the household. Men with families are actually switching their roles with their wives, except they're not actually doing what their wives would do if they were to stay at home.
When you look at what
do you mean?
I guess in
What do they do when they stay at home?
Britain is called NEET, N-E-E-T. Do you say that also in Australia? Neither employed nor in education or training. When you look at that huge group of well over 6 million prime age men.
Wait, but if you're a stay-at-home dad, doesn't that just imply that you're taking care of the kids? Isn't a stay-at-home dad, it's got like the condition to being a stay-at-home dad, like by definition the word is that you're taking care of a kid, no? You're recharging the J-Ho crystals! Good one. Would Vtubers be a type of gig economy? It's freelance, but I don't know. Gig economy is like working on platforms like Uber Eats, Etsy, selling something online, doing drop shipping, maybe? No, that's more like owning a business. It's doing gigs, it's you're selling your time to somebody. Somebody's paying for your time. But it keeps you poor because everybody's got a limited amount of time in the day, so your currency is your time and your skill. Meanwhile, rich people, they don't make money with their time. They, like, if you're rich and you manage your money really well, they make money while they sleep, like literally. They make money off interest. They make, so there's a huge gap between, there's all the people that are, trading their time and their skills for money, and there's the other people that are just living off the profits of having money.
story they're telling about
Thank
their
you, kitty
lives
girlfriend.
is really
Yeah, they
pretty
make money with
devastating.
your
It's pretty
time,
distressing.
exactly.
They basically don't do civil society. There's almost no worship, almost no volunteering, almost no charitable work. They've got a lot of time on their hands, but they report doing strangely little help around the home or help with other people at home.
Because of the situation, some men may feel a sense of worthlessness and resentment. Some men might take an hour to clean up the house and fetch the kids, but the rest of the day they sleep or play games. In some cases, the wives work and then come home to finish the chores their husbands were meant to do but didn't. And whilst this might cause huge marriage problems, it still feels best.
Dude, it's kind of like when the more you do nothing, the less you want to do stuff. Like when you're sitting, it's hard to get up. Yeah, I do have a Discord server, discord.gg/Rima. So yeah, if I wake up and the first thing I do when I wake up is like play a video game or watch a show, it's done-zo for the rest of the day. It's done. There's no way it's going to be a productive day. There's no way. No motivation.
Are off to the husbands. If asked what they do for a living, saying they're on a break or working on a project beats the humiliation of saying they work in McDonald's with a useless degree on their back. Men without families have nothing to lose, so they stop working because no woman would even want them anyway. They can't afford to date, they can't afford a family, and since their own families are supportive, it somehow justifies them giving up and staying at home, rather than facing these societal problems head on. With prices rising, getting hired becoming harder and harder by the day, and inequality becoming rampant within society, most men are just deciding to give up. Because instead of facing the hard—
Yeah, they're just like, well, what's the point? You know, I'm not going to be able to provide for a family. And it's been rammed into their head that they need to be the provider, need to be the breadwinner and all of that. So they feel worthless and that makes them depressed. There's a lot of symptoms of depression in here.
Hardships of having a job, it just seems so much easier to escape, whether it be terminally being online, playing video games all day, or hiding behind doing chores at home to show they still have a purpose and are doing their best. The point—
Or maybe they're secretly working to become an esport player.
Being that for many men in 2024, if they're gonna be disrespected and feel worthless, they may as well choose the easy way out than a battle. If respect had a currency on how it would affect your life directly, you would see a different picture. A man with a job—
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, video gaming and watching TV is a really nice way to escape reality at time. Like, I think there was some time in my life when I was depressed, probably, looking back, and I'd watch Netflix legit like 12 hours a day. Or played video games all the time. Just do as many things as possible so you don't have to think.
with high pressure, long hours, and doing something that makes him feel degraded would be worth say $100, but staying at home playing games and escaping, all while being with the people he loves, is probably worth $200 because of how it affects him. This explains why more and more men are deciding to drop out
or
of
they're
society.
trying to debut as a VTuber. True. Why are men dropping out of society? Well, I do think that there is a sense of community and like fraternity and friendship that you can find, you know, joining people in a Discord call, talking to people via video game. And it does bring some people together in a way. I don't know if these perks, that's what I liked about the internet. I don't know if these perks outweigh the negatives that the internet has brought. But I do like that side of it. Like, I do like the aspect of community. There's a lot of time people that aren't like terminally online like us, they're like, what do you do all day? They just don't get it. They don't get why. They're like, why do you stay at home all the time? What do you do? Do you not feel alone? I'm like, no, I actually don't feel alone. I feel like I'm surrounded with people all the time.
Rather than face it head on, as it just seems to be the easier path. If it's a choice between two paths, one that offers little satisfaction while the other provides comfort, it's easy to see why men are going this route. But the thing is, this is a terrible mistake, and this is creating problems that we've never seen before. If there is no emphasis or any facilitation of the need to aspire to something greater and the game seems rigged to most who are playing it, it's hardly a surprise record numbers of men are dropping out and giving up on the game entirely. The problem is that there's a huge group of men, roughly about 7 million in America between the ages of 25 and 55, who are not working and are actively not looking for work. Now, COVID certainly had a hand in accelerating these figures. One question posed to these dropouts was how many of these men were on pain medication, and almost half of these men admitted to taking pain medication daily. And aside from those who desperately need it, these figures could indicate that men are aimlessly numbing themselves to their new reality. And this is great for society, as people don't have to deal with this huge—
I think America has a huge pharmaceutical problem and they get handed out very easily. Surprised about these stats. My doctor takes a my doctor is really severe on the keeps a tight lid on those bottles. They don't give them away that easily here in Canada, or at least where I am.
Huge problem. And what's even more shocking is that 40% of these men do have some kind of degree.
What sort of men are in this group? Demographically, education, family structure, ethnicity, who makes up this group?
Surprisingly large, we say, representation of guys with college or even college degrees. 40% of this group has at least some college, and as I recall, about
taking care of your family is the most important thing, Effie, so you do well doing that. Be proud. That's an honorable thing to do. Reminder, the CIA used drug dealings to fund an approved operation? Really? You gotta send me a React video.
College grads.
The decision to be in this state is closely related to changing times. We've already discussed the effects of brain rot in another upload, which disabled problem solving in Generation Z and has already presented problems in finding jobs. They are quick to quit at the first difficult task and move on to find something else, but what happens when options run dry and they find themselves simply stuck in limbo? Giving up seems to be the next step, and accepting that is easy when they're discouraged by the situation.
Yeah, of course Gen Z's job hopping. None of the jobs give good perks. Jobs just need to step it up. They need to give us higher salaries, better perks. Everybody's sick of it. Why would everybody realize that they don't want to work themselves to death for a company that doesn't care about them, that's never valued them in any way? Why would they do that?
Working off of surveys, the data compiled indicates that these men are not only not working, but they're cutting themselves off from their communities, or there's no incentivization for them to even have any community in the first place. They're hiding out because going out would mean meeting new people who might oppose their lifestyles. It makes it uncomfortable. Why leave when you can just aimlessly watch brain rot content and numb yourself with weed or pain medication and stay inside, in the warm comfort of home? And any sexual needs you have can be satisfied with pixels on a screen. This lifestyle is increasingly becoming more and more normal for men.
Name dropping hentai?
West. But what's important to note is that men don't want to be this way. It's a horrible lifestyle, it's depressing, it's atomizing. What this really is just a coping mechanism or a form of self-defense against a society that's becoming increasingly hostile to these men. Up until recently, the problem has been invisible. These figures weren't shown in any statistics or surveys because they slipped through the cracks until very recently. So why did they slip through the cracks? Well, it's easy to see. They simply don't fit the victim criteria. Some have degrees, they're in the prime of their lives, and it was their choice to quit. It's easy overlooked and only comes to light as the numbers rise. Nicholas Upstart wrote a book called Men Without Work and has since exposed and addressed the problems in his book. He says he is trained to look for hidden in plain sight problems, which is how he stumbled upon this issue. You see, these men are not causing trouble, at least for now, and they don't seem to be drawing any attention to themselves. On the contrary, they keep to themselves. So surveys and statistics just don't include them at all. They don't even register on the scale, and people in society think this is a joke issue. And it's also reasonable to conclude that some of these men may work, but in the underground economy, work like formal cash jobs or even shady legal ways of making money. But of course, this is just a minor portion of these men. We need to address the problem head on. How is the situation getting this bad? These men have completely lost their purpose in life. All of their duty, their hopes, their responsibilities, their own dignity and value. It's being completely decimated at the moment. And we're seeing this with the form of radicalization online, growing hatred and division, and a general apathy towards society as a whole. And the longer this is ignored, the harder it's going to be addressed down the line. More men today than ever feel disconnected, disillusioned, and left behind by a world that seems increasingly indifferent to their struggles. While GDP numbers and employment stats may sound like an easy, good solution on paper, especially to government bureaucracies, it will never really fix the reality of the situation for normal people. The real challenge we face today in the West is to find purpose and meaning again, to have any reason to even want to participate.
I mean, nothing at the top ever really changed things for normal people. That's the thing. It's always normal people that suffer.
And achieve greatness in society. We should focus on creating environments where people can thrive, where beauty, philosophy, and higher noble pursuits are actively encouraged by the cities and countries that we inhabit, which would give millions of men a reason to care again.
Here's my contention.
Okay, this is a really long one. We'll watch another time. Let's find another video. Oh yeah, Moon Video. He makes a lot of these kind of documentaries. If you like that kind of documentary, check out his channel. He also made a lot of documentaries on the job market and all that. The social pyramid grows ever narrower. There will always be more who lose than win. Yep. Well, as we've seen in the Shuan Head video, it looks like it's starting to hit the mainstream. Don't know if there's going to be any, you know, real change, but one can hope. I guess it's not a higher salary I want, rather an actual purpose. You gotta be like an anime character. You gotta. It's very hard to find a purpose. Nobody really knows its purpose until they find it. You kind of just gotta. You gotta try and try and try and fail a bunch until you finally land on it. And sometimes even when you do end up finding it, you might lose it, and you might find another one later on. Life is strange like that. Alright, let's watch an actual upbeat video. Well, something goofy this time. The bro code was funny. I feel like this Naruto video, every time I watch a video like this, like all the lost plot points of kind of videos, I just end up coming out of them tilted. Let's see. I get really triggered by these videos. I feel like we should start having an anime day where we would just like watch anime together. I feel like a lot of you'd enjoy watching me watch like Freerun or something and have me react to it. Because a lot of you have probably seen all these shows. But I don't know how people stream animes. I think you gotta do a filter or something. But all of you have probably watched the show already, so it'd just be like a refresher.
There have been several instances in the Naruto story where something was set up and never paid off in the future. Let's talk about—
My biggest problem with the watch-alongs are the people in chat saying, spoiling things, are saying, this is the best part. Yeah, I'm afraid of spoilers too. No, I haven't watched Freerun yet. I'm watching Jujutsu Kaisen, okay? I'm really behind right now. Trying to catch back.
them and why they were never paid off, and if that was a good decision or not. Well, of course, setting up something that's never going to be paid off is bad, but sometimes not going through with it works to avoid some other problem in the narrative. Let's start things off with everyone's favorite kunoichi, Sakura. Remember when everyone said that Sakura was amazing at genjutsu, that she has so much potential for genjutsu?
Oh my god, this is so fucking true. Yes, yes, yes. She does the whole arc with Tsunade. She becomes really powerful. And then she's useless, of course. It's just not, it never paid off. It literally never paid off. She stayed useless. Doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, she pops off in the Sasori fight, like the puppet guy, and that's it. That's it. All that for what, man? She's just a side character.
Was brilliant. I mean, Kakashi said that in the training.
I guess, yeah, okay, before the Tsunade training arc, she was just useless weight, like you guys are saying. And after, she's a little bit less useless, I guess, but like... By the way, some people were really mad because of the Orihime slander in the Bleach video, and I just want to say I don't hate Orihime. Orihime is still more useful than Sakura. Orihime's ability is really powerful, okay?
Arc with the bells. Sasuke said that several times about Sakura, and that had to do with Sakura's chakra control. She was the best at controlling her chakra among Team 7, and therefore she had a lot of potential in becoming very good at genjutsu. This was very clearly a setup for Sakura being the genjutsu user in the team. It was clear that Team...
Like, if I'm gonna... Okay, if I want to relate that to the Shoe on Head video, you know when they were talking about how they want to make men cheerleaders? That's exactly what they want men to be. They want them to be the Sakura. Just like, never have any cool moments, except maybe one, just so they're satisfied. And then just be on the sideline cheering for the main characters. Sasuke and Naruto going at it. Oh, there's a lot of people that love Sakura. Like, they actually like that character. She's popular. She's very popular. I don't hate her. I wish she had more. Like, all of these characters, they could be more complex, I guess. They could have more screen time. Even though it wasn't my favorite screen time. Like, obviously, you'd rather watch, you know, Kakashi pop off and stuff. Or Naruto and Sasuke. But that's also because it felt like she was more abandoned in terms of character development than others.
Team 7 was foreshadowed and built up to be split in between the three major ninja arts. Sakura for genjutsu, Sasuke for ninjutsu, and Naruto for taijutsu. However, this never happens. I mean, Sakura never learned a single genjutsu.
Yeah, no, she's not a bad character. She just got screwed in the power scaling. Yeah. That fight with the old granny, she popped off there. She clutched it.
She just breaks out of a couple and yeah,
but
that's
like,
pretty much what she does.
When it gets to the end game, she's completely outmatched.
She becomes the healer of the team, which also requires really great chakra control, so it's not as though that
need a
ability
healer.
went to waste. But we can see that the genjutsu guy in the team is Sasuke because the Sharingan and whatnot, and I don't think that's a bad idea. Of course Sasuke should be good at genjutsu because that's the entire Uchiha shtick. However, giving Sakura some type of genjutsu would have been good, especially because she was so heavily foreshadowed to be this genjutsu prodigy that not giving her anything up until the end of the story doesn't make much sense, especially because everyone always wanted Sakura to be stronger. And she should have been more powerful than what she ended up being because, yes, she is in the main team of the series. She should be more relevant in terms of her character and strength, and that just never happens.
Yes.
Continuing with Sakura and promises that were never paid off, well, we have Sakura's inner self, which was a very funny gimmick that Sakura had in part 1 of the series. Her inner self was always contradicting her thoughts or reinforcing them, usually for comedic relief. But in the Sakura versus Ino fight, which a lot of people hate, and I don't really get it because it's a fine fight, man. I mean, it's alright. In that fight...
Why do people hate the Sakura versus Ino fight? I feel like they had a rivalry. I think it made sense.
Sakura uses her inner self to essentially expel Ino from her consciousness.
It's the worst fight in the series? Damn, you guys really don't like it. I can't remember where I left off in Naruto years ago. I remember him fighting the guy that controlled sand. Bro, you're at the beginning of the show, basically, then. If he's fighting Gaara, That's not like right up at the beginning, but you're like that. It's like the second foe, the second strong foe that they fight, and then there's just so much more after.
And that actually allows Sakura not to lose the fight. The fight ties in the end, but still, she would have lost if not for the inner self. And you could say, yeah, they came out of left field, and sure, it kinda did, but Naruto did motivate Sakura as well. So that also helped Sakura's inner self.
Yeah,
to
that was
break
cute.
her out of Ino's jutsu. And that is never used again. Sakura never uses her inner self for anything else other than just comedic relief. And in Naruto Shippuden, she just stopped.
Or she could have been like another way, maybe, where they could have made her character more pertinent, is that she was always very sad or felt very guilty that she couldn't stop Naruto and Sasuke from fighting each other. And she was very upset when they fought each other. And that's why she sought to... that's why she seeked to become stronger after that one fight where Naruto and Sasuke like had intent to kill each other. And then like maybe she could have, well, I guess after that the plotline didn't allow it, but it would have been cool where she had like, if she had that breakthrough moment at one point in the series where she is like the glue that keeps them together. But they needed, the thing is, they needed Sasuke and Naruto to be against each other, so there's like the plot twist at the end where Sasuke helps them fight against the final boss.
Stops using it. The inner self kind of vanishes from the story entirely. Which is sad, because honestly, that was one of my favorite aspects about Sakura's character. Now let's move on to a fight that was teased to no end, but we never got it. Sasuke versus Neji in the Chunin exams. Neji and Sasuke were both said to be the prodigies of their era. They were both from very prestigious clans and talented ninjas. And
Sasuke
they were
would win.
always compared, essentially. Whenever someone talked about Neji, they talked about Sasuke and vice versa during the Chunin exams. So every...
Sakura gave birth to an Uchiha who needs glasses. Oof. Is it the first in history?
Everyone thought, yeah, these two guys are probably gonna fight. Never happened though, which is kind of strange. You would figure a fight between Sasuke and Neji would be very hype and that people would love watching it, but I understand why this fight was never included. The story simply didn't have that much space. It could have been included in the Forest of Death, but putting the fight there would be a stomp for Neji, and that's probably not what Kishimoto wanted. He would probably want something more balanced, so having Sasuke fight Neji...
They don't fight in the Chunin exam arc? Thought they did.
in the final round of the Chunin exams would be more ideal. However, Neji's character arc in the Chunin exams could not be fulfilled without fighting Naruto, and also Sasuke couldn't lose because he had to fight Gaara. Therefore, the Sasuke versus Neji fight simply couldn't happen in the appropriate moment for Kishimoto. After the Chunin exam, Sasuke just becomes way more powerful than Neji, and the fights would also be a stomp, but now for Sasuke's side. So unfortunately, even though it would have been very nice to see them fight in a battle to the death, not to the death, but in a very hard battle, we don't see it because of the story and because of the pacing, and also because things just wouldn't fit so well if they had that fight. Now let's talk about a character.
The Neji Naruto fight was really good. So was the Sasuke Gaara one.
That was built up as being important and kind of forgotten, and that's Anko. Now, I'm not gonna be here talking about every single character that was forgotten in Naruto Shippuden, but Anko is a more interesting case for me because she was Orochimaru's pupil. And we know that the pupils of the Sanins have a great significance in the story, especially Minato and Naruto and Sasuke and Sakura. Granted, Chizune is not that important, but still, Anko had a curse mark. She had...
Anko got chunk in Shippuden? I don't remember that.
Interesting arc during the Forest of Death. She even wanted to take Orochimaru with her so that she could get rid of him forever because she hated him so much for what he did. And that was so very interesting. Anko was a compelling character, and after this arc, she literally disappears from the story, appearing once every 100 chapters and never doing anything relevant whatsoever. Seems a bit wasteful if you wanna ask me. I get the feeling Kishimoto had something planned for Anko and Orochimaru, but never really found the right way of executing it or even where to put it in the story, so he just chose to.
Yeah, Orochimaru's development was just like, he went from super villain to like pathetic, and then, hey, actually I'm gonna help you guys for like no really good reasons. I just feel like it. I didn't get that.
To kind of ignore Anko forever. I mean, she's not even in the war arc, she's just laying there in Kabuto's hideout. Her only purpose for existing there is just to bring Orochimaru back. It's kind of sad. Another character that was built up and never paid off was Kurenai. Now, granted, Kurenai has one fight, if you could even call.
Doesn't she? Oh no, it's the other one that's in love with her. It's the guy that's in love with her that dies. Oh, that was sad. The guy with the little stick in his mouth. That was Shikamaru sensei. Yeah, that was sad.
Call that a fight in the entire series. She uses genjutsu against Itachi, and every single person in Naruto fandom makes fun of her because of that. But guys, she's a genjutsu specialist. What did you want her to do? Like throw a rock at Itachi or something? No, she had to use her most powerful ability. It just so happens that she didn't really fight the right opponent for her.
That sucks. That sucks. When you're fighting type Pokemon and you attack a psychic one, it's like, yikes. Your attacks are not effective, bro.
But the thing is, she was one of the prominent jonins in the Leaf Village. She was the sensei of one of the main teams. So you would expect she would have gotten something. I mean, Asuma got an arc surrounding him and his death. Kakashi is Kakashi, I don't have to explain that one. And Guy fought Jubidara. Kurenai got pregnant. And that's her character in Naruto Shippuden. She doesn't do anything other than having a baby, which is great. Don't get me wrong, that could have happened, and I'd be grateful for, you know, having more kids in the Naruto verse and an interesting story about the new generation, but she doesn't get anything to do. She is just there. Why doesn't she go to the war? I mean, you would figure Kurenai would want to protect her child, so she would want to fight the war because, yeah, man, it's important. That's the lesson Asuma was teaching. Protect the king. The king is the next generation. And Kurenai just sits there and does nothing, which is really sad. I mean, she was a genjutsu specialist, something we literally never see again. The only time we get a glimpse of how a genjutsu specialist may fight is in that fight against Itachi, which is a really bad example. And let's move on to Naruto Shippuden.
No.
With the Akatsuki rings.
No. Okay, thank God. I thought they were gonna talk about that fight, and I'm gonna have I was gonna get PTSD. Alright.
I don't know if you recollect,
I got scared.
But in the beginning of Naruto Shippuden, when the Akatsuki was being introduced a little bit more and we were seeing more characters,
I love
the
data.
rings that the characters wore were a big deal. Every Akatsuki member had a different ring with a different color that had a different meaning, and every single one of those rings was linked to one of the fingers of the Gero Mazo. There was a significance to that Kishimoto just never really explored. He just said in the end, oh yeah, the rings are cool because the Akatsukis are cool, and that's pretty much it. But that was not...
Shouldn't anime do that a lot? I noticed that about Jujutsu Kaisen too. They like introduce this new concept one game, and then because they don't want to explain it to you, they just put like a very brief flashback of somebody explaining it to them, and we're supposed to I'm just like, okay. some things could be more fleshed out from time to time, but you know what? I enjoy it nonetheless.
Not the case whatsoever in the beginning of Naruto Shippuden. When Deidara loses his arms, he is looking for his ring specifically. He is more concerned with his Akatsuki ring than with his arm. And when Toby finds it, Deidara strangles him so that he can give the ring back to him and all that. I mean, it's supposed to be a funny scene, but the importance of the rings is very much stated there. The characters wouldn't be so fixated on the rings if they weren't important. Toby even says, oh, now that Deidara is dead, I can get his ring and then I can be an Akatsuki member, implying that the rings are unique for some reason and not just a piece of jewelry. If he needs to get Deidara's ring to get into the Akatsuki...
I remember that line. Yeah, I also thought the rings were important because you needed it to be in the Akatsuki, and if you weren't, if you didn't have it, you'd get kicked out or something. I don't know.
That means the ring carries some type of power or symbolism, I don't know, something, but Kishimoto never develops this concept any further. After the first arc, you know, the Kazekage rescue arc in Naruto Shippuden, these rings are just forgotten and now they're just an accessory that the Akatsuki members have. Their importance is never brought up again, and I think it's kind of a shame because there was probably something cool Kishimoto was cooking up with those. Though he may have thought that in the end of the day, the concept of the rings wasn't that important and it wouldn't be that impactful for the entire narrative, so he just dropped it and said, yeah, the rings are just the symbol that you were an Akatsuki member, and that's pretty much it.
I mean, if one ring is for each finger, maybe he wanted to add more Akatsuki members and he was like, I'm gonna be limited if I introduce this, or... Yeah, sometimes when you're telling a story, you gotta get rid of like more unimportant parts, so... It might not have been a bad editing choice.
Now let's talk about a rivalry that was never paid off, really. Neji versus Rock Lee. They were set up to be these rivals ever since the Chunin exams. I mean, Rock Lee's objective was to defeat Neji Hyuga to show him that hard work beats natural talent. Now, a lot of people say that this is the core theme of the Naruto series, and it is not. It is just one of the themes specially connected to Rock Lee, but hard work beating natural talent is by no means the entire theme of the series. However, the rivalry between the characters was definitely set up, and a fight between them was set up as well. I mean, it didn't have to be a fight between enemies, but seeing the two characters fighting to see who's more powerful would be very satisfying. And yet, they never did. I mean, let's be real, Neji and Rock Lee got a very poor treatment in Naruto Shippuden. Lee didn't do anything in the entire story, and Neji didn't do anything and then died to a stick. Team Guy wasn't very well treated, except for Guy. Guy, he got a pretty good treatment.
Yo, but Guy popped off. Yeah, that's true. I wish I saw Rock Lee in there. And I can't get over Neji's death so unnecessary. They needed us to be sad. They were like, they had to kill off a character that we were attached to. But he should have had a moment before. Yeah, and Lee got overshadowed by his master. I mean, Lee could have had like a pop-off moments with the gates too. I mean, Naruto and Sasuke surpassed their master. I think. Yeah, I think in terms of power level, they're certainly more powerful than Kakashi. I mean, I think Lee, I can't really recall properly, but he helps Naruto against a fight against the guy that has a bunch of spikes coming out of his body. That's from Orochimaru's crew. I don't remember if he carried the fight or if he was just there. Kimimaru, yeah. I like Kimimaru's story.
But the rest, they were just thrown away. Now let's talk about another character that just vanished from the story, and that's gonna be Sai.
Yeah. Oh my god, Sai was a big critique I had in the show too. What the fuck? No, seriously, they were like, oh, we need a new Sasuke. We need to introduce a new character to the manga. They put him in, they build up all of these things. They set up this whole, you know, friendship. You know, at first it was hard, but then they become friends and they're close. And then he just disappears. They're like, finally, we don't have time for that character, so we're just gonna roll it back. It's like, why even bring him in the first place then?
He was introduced
Waste
in
of
the
time.
Tenchi Bridge arc as a guy from the root, Ambu, a spy for Danzo that's looking over Naruto and seeing what's happening. I don't really like Sai that much, not having a personality and having to develop, you know, feelings and learning to express emotion is a type of arc I'm not a...
He was heavy, but his technique was cool. His ability is cool. He's kind of like Way from League of Legends.
But it's serviceable. Sai serves as a mystery for the Tenchi Bridge arc. We're always second guessing his true intentions. And also the book, he's drawing all those drawings and not having the book completed in the end with his brother, and then him completing it and shaking his brother's hand in the book. It's something interesting. It essentially finishes the character's arc up well in that particular arc, but then Sai disappears from the story. He has no relevance whatsoever after the Tenchi Bridge arc. And you would expect he would, because he is one of the Team 7 members. Now, not that I'm really pissed off at that, because I don't really like Sai that much, so it's fine that he is not in the narrative, but it's so weird that even in the arc where Danzo is most prominent in the 5 Kage,
that the red-haired mommy here, she was cool. She was based.
Summit arc, Sai just has this minute role that doesn't amount to anything, and you would expect that, okay, his boss is in the battlefield and doing stuff. Sai should probably be there. Like, if you want to do something useful with a character, just put Sai in the bodyguard position instead of those two randos, Fu and Torune. Just have Sai be one of them. Now, yeah, I mean, Obito kills them in that arc, but you can easily write around that. I mean, give him something to do. I don't know, man. Maybe have him conflicted over Danzo's real intentions or something like that. But nothing happens, and then Danzo dies, and Sai doesn't do anything about it. I mean, he's not pissed. I get it. That's his personality, but still, you could give some type of conflict to the character.
Literally
especially
anything.
when the man who...
It could have been so many things. It could have been so many things. He doesn't even... I don't think we even see him in the, like big war. He doesn't get his own fight, you know. Usually all the side characters get their own fights, and you build up to like the two OP guys from both sides fighting each other. He didn't get that. There was never a moment where he met Sasuke. Like Sasuke is like the old him basically in Team 7. Never get that. He doesn't give them a pep talk or power them up or hype them for battle. No, nothing. He's not even there. It's like he never happened.
Man who raised...
Oh, he does meet Sasuke? No, I don't remember. It was probably very lackluster then.
He's him as a shinobi till dies. I mean, maybe he loses purpose, maybe he finds a new purpose, but he's just there, and then he pretty much does nothing in the war as well. Another plot thread that was kind of dropped was Naruto's promise of bringing peace to the Rain Village. When Naruto confronts...
It lasted 1 second? He does see him when Naruto finds Sasuke in the second arc? Oh, so you're my replacement, okay.
To Nagato after defeating the Paths of Pain, and after them having that very lengthy conversation about what's the cycle of hatred and who's gonna stop it and all that, Naruto said,
they killed Jiraiya, we can never forgive them.
that he will bring peace to the Rain Village when he becomes the Hokage, and we just never see that happening. And as far as I remember, Naruto says many times that he never goes back on his word, so apparently Naruto was lying. No, but really, we never see the Rain Village again, unfortunately. I mean, we see it for a couple of chapters when Conan fights Toby/Obito/Madara there, but we just see it in the distance, to be honest. We don't see how the villagers are doing. We don't see the village itself. We just kind of see it as a backdrop. And the Rain Village is such a cool place. Now maybe doing something new in the Rain.
I really wish she was gonna win that fight, but you knew she was never gonna win it, but I really wish she was. I remember feeling that way, like, oh, maybe this is it. Nah.
Village, making Naruto do those improvements would be bad for the pacing of the story, but just do something, say, yes, I'm sending aid to the
And their story was really sad. You really empathize with them, even though they were the bad guys.
Rain Village.
But then it
I
became
am
good, I
doing
guess.
something good for the Rain Village because I promised Nagato that, and now I am protecting them. Whatever, you can do something quick. It's just nice to know that the main character is fulfilling his very powerful promises that were
fulfilling his Sabaton goals, yeah.
hard to accomplish, but that he is actually doing them. The next setup that was never paid off relates to Madara Uchiha. Remember in the arc when Madara was laying around, was just kind of watching Naruto and Sasuke fight Obito and all that, and every time something came up, he said, I still have my trump card. He threw that around all the time. Madara's trump card. What was Madara's trump card? We never saw the trump card. Now, one could say Madara's trump card was using Black Zetsu to make Obito use the Rinne Tensei on Madara to revive Madara, and that's something Madara actually does, but fails because Obito manages to overpower Black Zetsu and he becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails instead. But you would expect that whenever Madara used his trump
So, wait, so wasn't that the trump card? I'm confused now.
card, he would say, yes, now I'm using my trump card, and not just leave the audience guessing. And honestly, Black Zetsu being the trump card, I don't like that one bit, if that was Kishimoto's intention. Now, maybe you could say Limbo was Madara's trump card, but he couldn't use Limbo when he was in his Edo Tensei state, and he was talking about the trump card when he was in the Edo Tensei.
True, they would say something if they're using the trump card. They'd say something like, okay, now I'm forced to use it, or now I gotta do that. No. He would probably have said it. They always say it in the anime. It's a rule.
Tensei state. So clearly the trump card was either something really bad like the Black Zetsu thing, or we just didn't see it. Which is kind of what the video is about. We never saw Madara's trump card, unfortunately. The first time I read those chapters in 2013, I think that's when they were coming out, I thought his trump card would be his MS abilities that we also never see in the story. But no, we just don't find out what the trump card was. And another setup that was never paid off was Tenten getting the tools from the Sage of Six Paths in the end of the war arc. I mean, sure, Tenten used a couple of the tools to one-shot Kakuzu and all that, but remember when Madara became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and he spat two of those tools that Obito used to summon the Ten Tails in the first place? Those tools landed on Guy and Neji. It was a funny scene. And then when Guy and Neji go to the battlefield to fight Jubidara, they say, oh, Tenten stayed behind because she found the tools of the Sage of Six Paths and she's trying to figure something out with them. Every single person that was reading that saw this panel and they thought, boy, Tenten's gonna seal Madara. This was the meme for years. People were saying that Tenten was gonna solo Madara, that she was gonna win the fight, and Tenten was gonna save the day, like this completely useless character that never won a fight except for the fight against her doppelganger, was going to seal the most powerful character.
No, wait, that would have been a letdown though. Or maybe if she just comes in at the end and puts the tool down and seal them, sure, but ain't no way. She never won a fight and she comes in and seals the most broken character the series has seen so far. Nah. Yeah, she has 0 screen time.
Character we had ever seen by
We literally like Neji more than her. Why would it be her?
long shot, because she is a master of weapons, and by coincidence, the most powerful weapons in the existence of mankind landed on her lap. And so everyone was excited to see when Stanton's showing up, when Stanton gonna seal Madara, and she never came, unfortunately. She was just put under the Infinite Tsukiyomi just like everyone else in the Alliance. And that was it. I mean, to be honest, I prefer Tenten sealing Madara than the Zetsu thing and Kaguya and all that. It would have been much more interesting, at least. So Tenten never uses those two tools. She never seals Madara, she never does anything with them. We only see the tools in the last chapter when Tenten is running her weapons shop and nobody is really buying anything and the weapons are there, which is really strange, to be honest. Just having those legendary, powerful weapons laying around as a display in your shop is really strange. I mean, would a gun shop have nukes on their display? Sure, they were not for sale, but still, it's just weird. But anyway, tell me in the comments down below if I missed any setups that were never paid off in the Naruto series.
But your step is still too shallow.
This other video right here for more entertaining Naruto content. Subscribe to this channel if you haven't already, and like this video to help me out with the YouTube algorithm.
I like Tenten more than Neji. Damn, you guys don't like Neji. He becomes good, guys. Yeah, he's an annoying cuck at first, but he becomes nicer. Shino also. I mean, there is a part 2. You can watch the part 2 next time. I'll add it to the playlist. What if Goku was the legendary Super Saiyan? Oh my god, he's got 4 parts of this.
There have been...
What time is it? It's 10? Should we watch a history documentary? We never get to watch any of those before we finish. Caesar marches on Rome. 49 BCE, Caesar in Gaul making waves. Watch this. What do you mean lift up the mood? We just watched a Naruto video. Did that not lift up the mood? Let's watch a history video. We never watch these because all the history videos that are like good, usually they're really long. But then if like, I don't like the 15 minutes history videos because I feel like it's going to be too surface level. But these have been recommended, highly recommended, and they're like on segments of the history, so that's probably better. Night Spark Shot.
In 49 BCE, a provincial governor named Julius Caesar led an armed insurrection against the Senate and people of Rome. He commanded...
Bro, it's crazy how Italy looks like a boot, man. I'll never get over that. Every time I open a map, shoo!
10 legions, which was a lot, and although they remained personally loyal to him, most of them were hunkered down all the way up in Gaul for the winter. Only one, the 13th Legion, was in any position to be of use in the short term. At half strength, the 13th consisted of approximately 2,500 soldiers, and the moment these soldiers crossed into Italy, it amounted to a declaration of war.
Why does that sound familiar, like the 13th division or something? Did they make a movie about this?
Way up in Gaul, Caesar's close friend and right-hand man Labienus had been left in charge of Caesar's legions in his absence.
Hi, Dark.
Labienus knew that there was a political back and forth going on in the south, but assumed that everything would be fine. Well, everything was not fine. When negotiations broke down, news started trickling in that Caesar had risen up in open rebellion and was in the process of marching on Rome. Labienus was shocked. Let's not forget that up until this moment, Labienus's achievements in Gaul had been truly remarkable. He had spent the last 10 years leading semi-independent military operations in Caesar's name. Labienus was the only man Caesar trusted to take command of the Republic's largest army in his absence. In fact, I would argue that Labienus deserves half the credit for the conquest of Gaul. Unlike Caesar, Labienus actually lived on deployment with the legions. And unlike Caesar, Labienus's military record was an unbroken string of victories. Without any exaggeration, Labienus was up there with Pompey and Caesar as one of Rome's greatest living generals. And this fact may have caused some animosity. Had Labienus devoted the last 10 years to his own advancement rather than Caesar's, he would have been one of the most influential men in Rome. Now, Labienus was over 50, and if he
Labienus got made dirty with his... First with his name, and then with his career.
Was ever going to translate his military success into political power, it was going to be as one of Caesar's men. Caesar noticed this shift in attitude. As time went on, he granted Labienus more and more independence, and gave every indication that the Gallic provinces would be his whenever Caesar returned to Rome. Finally, Labienus would get an independent command. Some whispered that the consulship might follow. But then, Caesar rose up in open rebellion against the Senate and people of Rome. From what we can tell, he didn't even bother to consult with Labienus before doing so.
Whoa, why would you do that?
Labienus was angry. I would have been angry too.
Yeah, I thought he was your partner. You didn't tell Labienus when you don't tell Labienus you're about to do a coup? Hello? Maybe that's a memo you should have thought about. What the fuck?
Labienus had hitched his wagon to Caesar, and now Caesar had decided to foolishly run off a cliff. And it wasn't all about ambition. If we are to believe Labienus's surviving words, which in fairness come to us through biased sources, he considered taking up arms against the Senate morally repugnant. Absent any data to the contrary, I see no reason not to believe him. This was the most important decision of his life, and taking his reasoning behind it seriously is the least we can do. Without too much fuss, Labienus immediately left camp, accompanied by a large contingent of cavalry that were personally loyal to him. He made no attempt to bring along any of Caesar's legions. Once free, Labienus publicly denounced Caesar as a traitor and pledged his loyalty to the Senate. He would join up with the Pompeians in Italy.
When you get denounced as a warmonger in Civilization 7.
This was an unexpected blow to Caesar. The two had been close friends for at least 14 years, probably longer. Labienus had earned Caesar's absolute confidence. It was a big deal. But for what it's worth,
He broke the bro code.
Labienus made no attempt to stab Caesar in the back by stealing his legions. He could have, but he didn't. That's worth something. Caesar ordered his men back in Gaul to pack up Labienus's personal belongings and have them shipped to Italy. Some historians have described this as a callous reaction to a loss of a friend, but I don't see it that way at all. Labienus had lived in Gaul for
And they didn't charge enough jail crystals together.
10 years, and then just walked away with nothing. To my eyes, it's a small act of compassion to be like, sure, follow your conscience if you must, but you're gonna need all your stuff once you get back to Italy. When Cicero learned that Labienus had defected from Caesar, he wrote, "Labienus seems to have condemned a friend of his of a crime for the sake of the Republic." Continuing, he wrote, "I judge Labienus a hero. It has been a long time since a more glorious political move. If Labienus has accomplished nothing else, he has caused Caesar pain." I would add to Cicero's thoughts. If Labienus had accomplished nothing else, he had deprived Caesar of a skilled lieutenant. In that respect, he was irreplaceable. When news traveled south, there was panic on the streets of Rome. The Senate was as surprised as anybody. They had been keeping a close eye on Caesar's legions north of the Alps. If these legions moved, they told themselves, that meant that Caesar was gearing up for an invasion. Well, those legions hadn't moved. Caesar invaded anyways.
Oh, what?
Now, the recriminations began. The warhawks in the Senate started pointing fingers, arguing that Pompey had walked them into this mess. It's not true, by the way. If anything, it was the other way around. The warhawks walked Pompey into this mess. There were legions mustering to the south, but they wouldn't be ready for some time, and even when they were, these raw recruits wouldn't stand much of a chance against Caesar's hardened legion. There were more experienced legions in Spain and Greece, but it would take months to get them over to Italy. In the defense of the Pompeians, it was winter, and they had assumed that they would have months to get ready. They were just wrong. In Rome, those who could packed up their belongings and fled the city. When Cicero learned that Caesar's march south was creating a steady stream of Roman refugees, he remarked, "Are we talking about a Roman general here, or Hannibal?" Pompey could see no way around it. He would not be able to mobilize a resistance in time. He would have to temporarily abandon the city of Rome. His reasoning was sound. He had access to the vast resources of Rome's provinces. He had more legions. He had more money. He had the Senate on his side. The longer this conflict continued, the stronger Pompey would become. Caesar's only hope was to force an early confrontation. By pulling back, Pompey denied Caesar this opportunity. It was the right call under the circumstances. But that doesn't mean it was popular. Being forced to abandon the capital isn't a great way to start a war. Rome's most prominent senators violently disagreed with the decision. Cicero.
Yeah, the you don't earn people, like people are never gonna be happy because it looks like you're losing, but it can be a strategic move.
Was particularly upset. He asked Pompey, whom he had been privately calling the Senate's incompetent leader, if he intended to make a stand in southern Italy. Pompey wouldn't give him a straight answer. Cicero reluctantly agreed to obey the Senate's order, but decided not to go with Pompey. He would remain in the Italian countryside, ready to return to Rome at a moment's notice. The young senator Marcus Junius Brutus was also quite torn. On paper, it should have been a no-brainer, since his beloved uncle was none other than the arch-conservative Cato. But it was more complicated than that. Brutus's mother was Caesar's longtime mistress, and the two men seemed genuinely affectionate towards each other. Plus, there was an additional wrinkle. When Brutus was a child, Pompey had personally ordered the death of his father. The hatred
so he
ran
hates
deep. To this day, Brutus could barely bring himself to speak to the man. After an intense period of soul-searching, Brutus decided that the Republic's integrity was more important than his personal feelings. He pledged his loyalty to his father's killer and accompanied Pompey into southern Italy. Domitius Ahenobarbus, another powerful senator, was angry. Domitius was the guy who had been selected by the Senate to replace Caesar in Gaul whenever he resigned his command. Now, Domitius was one of the many who were furious at Pompey's decision to abandon the capital. Without bothering to consult with Pompey or the rest of the Senate, Domitius grabbed 10,000 militiamen and raw recruits and marched north. He would stop Caesar's advance or die trying. This was not as crazy as it might seem. Against Caesar's one-half-strength legion, Domitius would have outnumbered him 4-1. However, things had changed in the last few weeks. As soon as he crossed the Rubicon, Caesar split up his tiny legion and captured 5 cities in rapid succession, all uncontested. One of these detachments was led by Mark Antony, who I would like to note was still technically a tribune of the plebs. Tribunes were forbidden to leave Rome while in office, and not only had Antony left the city, but here he was returning at the head of a rebel army. Things were so chaotic at this time that it never even occurred to anybody to strip him of office. But they should have. Now that Caesar had a foothold in Italy, he ordered his legions north of the Alps to join him. He spent the rest of January capturing cities in the north. Apart from one tiny skirmish, all of the defending garrisons either fled or defected to his side. With reinforcements coming down from the north and defectors coming up from the south, Caesar's one legion ballooned into 5 or 6. By early February, Domitius Ahenobarbus arrived at the town of Corfinium with 10,000 men, which equaled like 2 legions. Caesar would have to pass this way before heading further south. Domitius knew that for him, this was probably a one-way trip, but if everything went well, it would give Pompey enough time to marshal his resources and march north, intercepting Caesar before he reached Rome. When Caesar's legions showed up outside the walls of Corfinium, the civilians inside the town immediately lost heart and tried to surrender. Besieged, and with no sign of support from Pompey, Domitius's 10,000 recruits and militiamen realized that this was a suicide mission. They mutinied against their commander, opened the gates of the town, and hauled Domitius before Caesar. Domitius was humiliated. He begged for death, believing that the execution of a former consul would serve as a rallying cry for the rest of Italy. Instead, Caesar surprised everybody by publicly pardoning Domitius and letting him walk away a free man. Caesar justified
He knew he'd make a martyr out of him.
his clemency by saying that he had no interest in alienating politicians or the public with unnecessary brutality. If he was victorious, he wanted his victory to last, and to do that,
Yeah, Napoleon did the same.
he would need the cooperation of his former enemies. That's the reason he gave. The real reason might be a little less high-minded. When Domitius's 10,000 men discovered that Caesar had pardoned their former commander, many broke ranks and volunteered to join Caesar's legions.
Damn.
Now Domitius was angrier than ever. He immediately began planning a second high-risk operation to save the Republic. He'd be back. By now, Caesar had approximately 6 legions in Italy, while Pompey was still struggling to rally 2 or 3 legions in the south. Pompey began to seriously consider abandoning the Italian peninsula. The Pompeians still held the overall advantage, even though locally they were outnumbered.
Yeah.
In time, the
Why are the
combined
troops so
strength
far?
of the provinces would surely be enough to overpower Caesar's rebellion. With his mind,
Bro, it's like in Civilization when you sent all your troops to explore the rest of the world, but then you get attacked by your neighbor. You suddenly get attacked by your neighbor and they got all the city-states and you're fucked.
made up, Pompey began to evacuate his army from southern Italy. Pompey marched his legions to the port city of Brundisium to make the crossing to Greece. It didn't take long for Caesar to figure out where he was going. He abandoned all of his previous plans and made a beeline for southern Italy. By the time Caesar arrived, Pompey had occupied Brundisium, and half of his army had already sailed away. Caesar besieged the city, but a siege wouldn't do any good once Pompey's ships returned. He ordered a small fleet built and used them to haul dirt and rocks and wood out into the harbor. They used the material to begin building a barrier or a breakwater
They're trying to block the way.
to prevent the Pompeians from escaping. Pompey couldn't let this happen. He responded by sending out ships of his own to slow down the construction. There was skirmishing back and forth for several days, and before Caesar could complete his breakwater, the Pompeian fleet returned. Pompey and the rest of his supporters set sail for Greece. They would live to fight another day. This was a missed opportunity for Caesar, but nevertheless, the Pompeian flight meant that Italy was now firmly under his control. It had been approximately 2 months since Caesar crossed the Rubicon. He was now finally free to enter Rome. The reception was not what he expected. The place was a ghost town. Those who could had fled the city. Those who couldn't opted to stay indoors. After all, Caesar was a traitor, an enemy of the Republic, and people had good reason to expect a bloodbath. But Caesar wasn't here for blood. He needed something else. Upon entering the city, he immediately called for a meeting of the Senate.
I was gonna say that. I feel like he needs the approval of the Senate.
Rome's best and brightest had gone with Pompey, but there were a few senators
He needs to make it official. I think. I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
still in the city. Caesar told this little makeshift senate that he wanted access to Rome's treasury.
Oh, he wants
He
money.
was desperate. He was already paying his legions with IOUs, and he would need to continue paying them for at least.
Bro, war is so expensive. When I wage war in CK3, you get broke so fast. And it takes forever for your troops to like assemble and get to somewhere and stuff. And by the time they get to somewhere far, then they're already like, you know, they're famished, they're low on resources.
At least another year now that Pompey had escaped to Greece. Caesar gave some BS justification for this request, saying that since Rome no longer had to worry about fighting the Gauls, the money previously spent on that should go to him instead. His reasoning didn't make any sense, but it didn't need to. None of the senators objected. In fact, none of the senators said anything. Caesar decided to interpret their silence as approval, which was not how voting worked, but whatever. Then, one of the few remaining tribunes of the plebs, a guy named Metellus, summoned his courage.
I like that they're called the plebs.
And vetoed Caesar's request. Caesar stormed out of the Senate House. He ordered his legionaries to occupy the Forum, and led a group of soldiers up to the Temple of Saturn, which housed the Roman treasury. When he got there, the temple was locked and boarded up. Metellus stood before the entrance, blocking Caesar's path and continuing to exercise his veto. Caesar approached Metellus and told him that if he didn't get out of the way, he would
He's gonna shove his veto up his ass.
order his men to murder him right there, before the gods and everyone. After a beat, Metellus decided to step aside. Caesar proceeded to plunder the Republic's treasury, and immediately began to settle up on his IOUs. Up until this incident, Caesar had consistently argued that he was on the right side of the law. By coming into Rome and threatening to murder public officials, he demonstrated how untrue that was. The rule of law was dead. Rome was in the hands of a conquering.
But as long as the public believes that he's somewhat rightful, or they even believe in his cause, they're gonna support him, I feel.
Warlord. Even though Caesar controlled Italy, he was still beset with enemies on all sides, which meant that he had an important decision to make. Pompey was in Greece with 2 or 3 legions, and was already rallying the combined strength of the East to his banner. Pompey also had 7 legions active in Spain, which were continuing to operate independently. Caesar joked that to his west there was an army without a general, and to his east there was a general without an army. He could only deal with one of these threats at a time, but which would it be, east or west? After some deliberation, Caesar decided to head west to deal with Spain first. Here was his reasoning. At this moment, Pompey was in no position to attack. If Caesar spent a year campaigning in Spain, Italy would be relatively safe.
This guy doesn't have an army yet, so he's safe for now, so it's smarter to go for this one.
Opposite was not true. If Caesar spent a year campaigning in Greece, Italy would probably fall to the Spanish legions. Spain was the immediate threat. Greece was the future threat. The immediate threat had to be dealt with first. This must have been an agonizing decision. Caesar understood that Pompey would become more and more powerful as the war dragged on. In his absence, Caesar would leave behind Mark Antony as the informal governor of Italy. Had things gone differently, this would have been Labienus's job, but he was with the Pompeians now, and Caesar needed a new number 2 that he could rely on. For the moment, Antony was that man, although as we'll discover, good help is hard to find, and Antony was no Labienus. Caesar prepared to split his army. He sent 3 legions to capture Sicily, with orders to continue on to Africa if they were successful. He sent another legion to capture Sardinia, which was close enough to Italy that they could return if something went wrong. Both of these expeditions would require naval support, which meant that Caesar would travel to Spain with his remaining 3 legions on foot. Finally, he sent orders to his 6 remaining legions in Gaul, instructing them to break camp and get themselves to Spain as quickly as possible. They would beat him there, but that was fine because time was of the essence. Every day Caesar spent in Spain, Pompey would be gathering strength in Greece.
He has a lot of troops there. Alright, so we'll watch the next part next time. Oh, here we'll rate Poco Raccoon. Alright, Twitch. Who's live on Twitch right now? No one I really know. Alright, I'll raid Minia. Love Minia. Alright, I'm gonna call it here. It was a good 5-hour stream. 5 hour and 30 stream. Five-hour 30 stream, not bad, not bad. I hope you guys enjoyed. I certainly enjoyed hanging out with you guys. I need to schedule 2 gaming streams this week. I have like the Euro Truck Simulator and maybe the Pokemon TCG Shop Card Simulator. I'm just wondering if I should do that one in a collab or just solo. Or like with somebody else just kind of running the shop with me. I think it'd be funny. Alright. Bye everybody, thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you in the next one. If you haven't done so already, go check out my new Hachama video on my main YouTube channel, and